Hey everybody, have you heard about the Drunken Peasants Patreon? It helps support the show while getting you some cool perks. Check it out! For $1 per month, you get to use our exclusive fan chat that appears at the bottom of the screen on every episode. For $5 per month, you get 2 new private shows, including Actual Mania, as well as our back catalog of private shows, plus all lower tier perks. For $10 per month, you get all of our monthly video content. This includes multiple post shows, our monthly reviews, our back catalog of all that content, plus all lower tier perks. For $15 per month, your name will appear in the ending credits of each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $25 per month, you get to take part in our monthly booking committee hangout to help us book our Patreon content for that month, plus all lower tier perks. For $33 per month, you get an exclusive piece of DP merch each month, plus all lower tier perks. For $50 per month, you appear in the opening credits for each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $100 per month, you get to join us as a guest on an episode of the Drunken Peasants podcast. Plus, you guessed it, all lower tier perks. Visit patreon.com/DP now to become a patron of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants podcast. This is episode 1276. Doing it live on a Saturday bonus show. Thank you so much for showing up. I know a lot of our audience is, there's another stream going on that Sturgis is there where he can't block anybody, and a lot of them are over there trolling him. Hopefully they trickle in eventually. Please like the stream so that everyone knows we're live. Liking the stream is free, and it helps out the show tremendously. Also, we do a pre-show before every episode, most episodes. We were diving into some Freemason stuff earlier, so you should check out the pre-show. We release it on all of the audio podcast platforms like Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all that stuff. Go there now. I have it linked down below to our website. We actually have a website, and you can go there and listen to the latest episode, and it has the pre-show at the beginning of it. So check that out. Also, help us meet our goal. Our goal is we meet it on every Saturday episode. We have 2 exciting new alerts. I'm mixing it up with the Jared stuff. I added 2 new alerts to the whole thing to kind of so that it's not the same thing every time. I'll show you here. It's I like it, and thanks to members of the DP Discord for helping me find these.
Test donation for $83.
Was that a test donation?
That was a test donation.
All right. All right. So I did that by accident, by the way. My bad. So at $22, we now have this.
This is a test donation for $22.
That's Poop Donkey's friend.
Yeah. And then at 52, we have this one.
This is a test donation for $52.
I think I can, let's see.
Now you guys owe us $74. And I'm not counting the first test donation.
I think I can skip it, but I can't remember which page it's on where I can skip it. Oh, here it is. There. All right. Yes. So that's it. You know, it's cool stuff. Check it out. All right. So today we're going to dive into the world of Ron DeSantis versus Gavin Newsom. It's weird how they set up this debate. A guy running for president that, you know, he's in second place, but the looks of things the way they are now, it looks like he has no chance of getting the nomination. And then Gavin Newsom, who, according to him at this point, isn't even running.
Yeah, so far.
So
why
far.
would he run? We have an incumbent president.
Yeah. So Biden would have to change his mind, or something would have to happen to him for anyone else to be able to run at this point. I wish he wasn't running again, but it's his choice to do so. Yay!
I think this might be a test. Seth looks.
That was not a test. Now we're at 67%.
Pass?
We're doing pretty good because of some extra streams that I did. It helps us kind of get an edge on that goal. The goal is actually being expanded starting in January. We're going to move it up to 900 instead of 800. The goal was created in 2018 when the dollar went a lot further. So we've made the choice at this point to bump it up. And if we ever have trouble making the goal, if I have to put in some extra streaming time to make it happen, I got to do what I got to do. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks to all you guys who have helped us make the goal every week since 2018. It's unbelievable. We are going to check out everything in DP Action News right now. Here we go.
He called me sir and got me so human angry.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
Would you describe your shirt as salmon?
I believe it's pink.
Which... salmon is a shade of pink, right? I think I've seen like a Crayola crayon that was salmon.
Can be. Some people think this is orange. I don't know what goes on in their mind.
I can't tell. It's hard to tell because it's through a camera and there's like chroma key on it and shit like that. So
the Disinfo Warrior says it might be coral. Alien says it could be semen.
Semen?
It could be both.
If your semen is pink, there's probably blood in it. So you might want to have that checked. All right, we're going to check out some clips here and there of this DeSantis versus Newsom debate. It was hosted by Sean Hannity at Fox News, which I find interesting. Sean Hannity is such a dishonest person, so it's weird to see him moderate a debate and I can't imagine he's fair. But yeah, let's check this out.
All right, welcome back to the great blue state, red state debate with Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor Ron DeSantis. Again, thank you both for being here. We're going to take a little breathing room. I don't mind the debate taking on a life of its own, but let each other breathe.
It's crazy. Like 20 years ago when Sean Hannity was a lot younger, he hosted with Alan Combs, who looked like a corpse, and he was all like... Sean Hannity was all like a chiseled, like Jay Leno almost jaw and like nice hair and in a nice suit. That's how
Combs looked like he was dying.
Yes,
he died.
He did die.
The entire point of that was to show that Fox News was fair and balanced.
But it wasn't.
They gave a conservative viewpoint and a liberal viewpoint on the same show.
But it was like, it was the conservative Chad male.
So much more appetizing.
Yeah. Well, they portrayed
sickos.
Sean Hannity as like the alpha male, and then they were like, look at this fucking dweeb that he has to debate.
Yeah. Every episode would start, he would stuff Combs in a locker.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the hall monitor. Please don't turn
He
me
used
into
to
that.
show up
Anyway.
and just spit in Combs' chocolate milk. He'd be like, he'd grab his milk right off the desk and go.
He'd give him a wedgie.
Rip a loogie into it. Yup.
Atomic wedgie.
Something like that. Yep.
Let's look at the issue of crime. FBI numbers, violent crime nationally for each of your
Then
states.
he'd say they were going to go to commercials, but instead of going to commercials, he would put up promiscuous photos of Combs' mother. It was sick. He was such a jerk. And then Combs died. And now Hannity gets to work. He gets to sit here and he gets to talk to Newsom and DeSantis when Combs is dead.
The combined rate of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, the year 2022.
Now he has my attention.
On the national level, the rate was 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people In California, meanwhile, the rate was much higher.
Already.
99.5 offenses per 100,000. In Florida, lower, 258.9 offenses per 100,000.
So he's saying under Newsom in California, violent crime has gone way up. In Florida, it's low. But he's not showing what it was like before. So that's strange. I mean, like, we've all seen the Florida man stuff.
Yeah, Florida's allowed its people to be uniquely criminal.
Yeah.
California was kind of like the breeding ground for the Bloods and Crips, and we really had a lot of violence come in through that. We have so much opulence in Los Angeles that crime, it actually pays.
I want to see the actual trend, though. Like, what was it like 20 years ago? Is it better now, or was it?
Bet you could Google that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Governor Newsom, let me start with you. Your numbers are way higher than the national average. How do you explain that when safety and security, I would argue, is a prerequisite?
And by the way, whoever's governor doesn't directly link to high crime. It's kind of it's a fallacy to even make the correlation.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. We're near
Honest
50-year
Red ass,
lows.
is
Down
Billy
50.
claiming L.A. right now? As you know, Ben and I are gays from California, but we're upstate California. We're log jamming Republicans.
Log jamming. So looks like, let me pull it up here. So the orange line is property crime, which is apparently at a low, like a 50-year low. And then violent crime is down from the 90s. It's like less than half of what it used to be.
Yeah, they were killing in the 90s.
Looks like it's, at almost a 50-year low. The last, 20 years has been pretty good in comparison. So yeah, it's a very misleading statistic. They show what today's numbers like, but they don't show the trend, which is what's important. So you could make the argument that Newsom in office lowered crime. I wouldn't do that because I don't think there's that direct of a correlation. That's more based on more of a local government, like even at a more precise local level, county and city government. So
yeah, what Newsom needs to say right now is Florida has always been drunken lawnmower riding crime. He's got to say Killer Cali was banging in the 90s, and we've really went from being hood AF to pretty chill. We're vibing now. That's what he's got to tell them.
Violent crimes in the state of California from the 1990s. And I want to compare and contrast that with the issue in Florida that you didn't mention, and that's the murder rate. And let's broaden it more broadly. The issue is 7 of the top
Those numbers
10,
were part of the murder rate.
7 of the top 10 murder rates in the United States of America are red states. He has a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. He has a higher murder rate. Go to places like Jacksonville. Go to places like Orlando. Go to places like Tampa. The murder rate's off the charts compared to cities like San Francisco. And you know what? Even more egregiously, Sean, and I think this is important, the American people deserve an answer from you, Ron. You had one of the worst mass shootings in American history, Parkland. 17 kids were gunned down, lives lost, 17 others, lives torn asunder. You had a young girl by the name of Jamie Gutenberg, whose father pleaded with you to do something about it. And you know what you did? You did the exact opposite. You made it easier for felons to get guns without background checks, without any training. These people pleaded with you, the parents and the families, to get tough on gun safety. And again, you made it easier for felons.
Yeah, he's appealing to his base. That's all we have now. Like, it's more about appealing to the base than listening to your constituency. When you're governor, you're the governor of everybody in that state, not just the people in your party. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do like how he ignored COVID and Florida didn't die.
He said of you, Ron, and I agree with him, after you signed that concealed carry bill, which increases the likelihood, Fred Gutenberg said, of more Jamies losing their lives and more Parklands, he called you weak, pathetic, and small. So with respect, I appreciate you're talking to police officers in the state of California. You may want to spend a little bit more time, not on the Ohio Trail and other places across this country. You may spend a little more time back in your home state and address the murder and gun violence in your own backyard.
So this is the slick politician. You put up the rates. He has 500 per 100,000. Florida is 250. So that's almost twice.
Florida was among the higher states as far as death rate from COVID. Like, if I look at it, it was up there. Like, it was for every 100,000 people in Florida, 404 died from COVID, is what it says.
Yeah.
Twice as much, and he's trying to spin that to say
Arizona
California's doing good.
is the highest,
People
apparently,
are leaving
according to
California
what I'm looking at.
in droves, largely because public safety has collapsed. They have. I mean, you go when Californians come to Florida. One of the things they'll say, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. They can go to the store, get toothpaste off the shelf, pay for it, and leave, because in a lot of these places in California, everything's under lock and key because they've basically legalized retail theft. They have chosen in California to put the interests of the criminals over public safety. They treat, they're easier on sex offenders. They're easier on all these crimes that are leading to a collapse in the quality of life. And if you just walk around San Francisco, you will see, and I think it's interesting, Gavin Newsom was mayor of San Francisco. So he took the San Francisco model, turned that into a template for California's collapse. Now the left wants to take the California model and use that as a template for America's collapse. We cannot let that happen.
Wait, I got to, Governor, no, I got to follow up question.
No. You can't say anything. You're going to make him look stupid. No.
I do also want to point out that California was higher on that list for like COVID deaths per capita. So
yeah,
a lot of it had to do with like isolation or population density. Like Washington was pretty low on it, but Seattle's kind of isolated from other populations in many ways.
Well, the reason there were more deaths in California was because Newsom had that dinner that he went to, and what's her name? The Pelosi woman got her hair done.
She got her hair done.
That's why the numbers were up in California.
But the lowest state for like COVID death rate, and this is as of March of this year, the stats that I'm looking at, Hawaii is the lowest, and obviously the isolation factor of them being an island in the middle of the ocean definitely helped with that. I was supposed to go to Hawaii,
and then COVID stopped me from going. I was pissed.
They stopped you from bringing COVID there.
I know. I wanted to, too. I was ready to do a luau and cough on a fucking roast suckling pig.
Yeah, see, Washington is at the bottom of the list. It's interesting. Number one, Arizona. Oklahoma, number two.
We have an important comment in our fan chat. You guys, I'm reading. I usually ignore you because we're doing the show live. But Lowbrow Jester says, I've had 5 ice cream sandwiches. Should I go for 10? Go for 10!
Eat one for me. Because I can't eat ice cream sandwiches with my diet. Yeah, eat. You know what? Eat an extra 5.
Do 5 for Ben, 5 for me.
So 20.
Go for it.
Go for 20.
Go for 10.
And then your poop is going to be brutal.
Jacksonville, Florida, compared to San Francisco, is 126% higher.
Governor, let me bring up
it's 84%
the next question dovetails
in Tampa,
into this.
It's 75% higher. What?
Let me also say,
what are you talking about when it comes to this?
I know you like to jabber.
By the way,
jabber.
He hits him back with a point. You're just jabbering.
Do you remember the Hanna-Barbera cartoon Jabberjaw? It was like a shark that acted like Curly from the Three Stooges. It was a shark out of water.
I do not remember his name, but I know the character you're talking about. So yeah. I didn't know his name was Jabberjaw.
Yeah, Jabberjaw.
He put the statistics up there.
Those are all
your crime is higher.
We
know your crime is higher.
Gentlemen,
what are you
I'm
doing
going to move
about
on.
The gun murder rate in your state?
We'll let the audience.
Gentlemen, I'm going to move on. We set up this question, so there was no way Newsom could defend it, and he somehow defended it. So we're going to move on.
Yeah, I know Hannity is going to show favoritism. He already brought up the weird, misleading statistics and was like, "What do you think about that?"
The entire leading statistic was set up to make Florida look good and California look bad.
The numbers, the FBI numbers on the side. According to the...
And now the cameraman is fucking up Newsom's shot.
The cameraman's letting the camera drop so you can't see Newsom's forehead or top of his head.
His nice hair.
He's not wearing pants, obviously.
And
it's hot.
I can guarantee you Newsom's not wearing shoe lifts or like platforms.
Damn.
Newsom wears those weird boots to make him look taller.
DeSantis wears them.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, DeSantis.
Gun control advocacy group, every town for gun safety.
Yep.
Okay. California has the most, as you support, I know, Governor, restrictive gun laws in the United States. Yes. Florida has the 19th most restrictive. Yet, if you look at the year 2019, when each of you took office, California has had 21 mass shootings. Florida has had 9.
DeSantis he denies wearing heels and claims he's 5'11". And Newsom is allegedly 6'3".
Now, that is according to a USA Today, AP, Northeastern University database data. Keep in mind, a mass killing is defined as the intentional killing of 4 or more victims, excluding the deaths of unborn children and the offenders by any...
So is Hannity and DeSantis debating Newsom? Is that how this works?
It probably, yeah, it's Fox News.
So
he said an intentional mass killing is 4 or more intentional victims. So if you go after 3 people and you accidentally stray shoot a 4th, it's not considered a mass shooting.
I guess so. I've never heard that exact definition. Yeah. Newsom isn't making any points. He's like, you're a jabberjaw or whatever. And then Sean Hannity is actually debating Newsom.
He means within a 24 period of time. I believe, Governor DeSantis, you get this first.
What California wants to do is they want to make it harder for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. Then they go easy on the criminals who are perpetrating the crime. They don't stand up for the men and women of law enforcement. That's why a lot of people have left the state, because they don't get the support from the communities that they need. And, Gavin told another lie. He said we made it easier for felons to do. Felons are not allowed to possess firearms. That's federal law. That's been long-standing.
No background checks.
That is an absolute lie that he's saying.
Yeah, no. He's saying it's easier for so DeSantis is arguing with the point that they made it legal for felons to get guns, but Newsom's actual point. So he's arguing against a straw man because Newsom's actual point was that there's no background checks, so they don't know who the felons are when they buy a gun. That's what he's saying. It's so dishonest. Look at his smug face, too, man. I'm glad I don't want Trump to be president, but I'm really glad has almost no chance of getting the nomination unless something happens.
We've had Trump before. I know this is going to resonate with a lot of women watching, but when you fuck a sleazebag guy, you're more likely to go back to that sleazebag guy than another sleazebag guy you haven't banged before because he's already stunk up your coot.
To do with buying or purchasing a weapon. So that's just a lie, another lie that's coming up. But here's the thing. People are leaving California in droves because he has failed to stand up for public safety. They are on an ideological joyride to let people out of prison early, to go easy on them. Heck, your buddy, Gavin's buddy in Los Angeles, Gascon, he doesn't even prosecute. When I was in Southern California for the Reagan debate, a lot of the women tell me they have to take off all their jewelry just to be able to go shopping, because otherwise they're going to get mugged. That is the reality that people are facing in California. Gavin can try to put lipstick on that pig, but the fact of the matter is...
That's been used so much in American political discourse. I remember Obama saying that, and everyone tried to make it sound like he was saying that about Palin, that he was like calling Palin a pig.
Yeah. Which would have been lit.
Yeah, but he didn't mean that. It was an analogy that he was making. He wasn't literally calling Palin a pig. Palin wasn't a pig.
She was a bit of a slam pig in the best way.
He has failed the people of California.
No, I love this guy talking about backing the blue. When you dangled pardons for January 6 insurrectionists, 85 of them that were charged with attacking law enforcement. You talk a big game about backing the blue. With all due respect to the crime rate, again, he's not answering the fact that he has a higher murder rate than the state of California, a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. And I can easily answer this point. Gun safety saves lives. I don't think it, I know it. And the data bears that out in the state of California.
All the meth and all the guns in Florida, that's why the murder rate's higher.
California proudly does lead in terms of common sense gun safety. Common sense gun safety saves lives. You had the chance to do something meaningful. You had a chance to do something on behalf of those Parkland families. You did the exact opposite. You moved in the exact opposite direction. With all due respect, look at your own backyard, Ron.
So
You're not mining your backyard on this issue.
I will do that because we have we had two radical left Soros district attorneys, like your buddy Gascon in LA, one in Tampa, one in Orlando. They were endangering the public, and I removed them from their posts. Gavin Newsom has not lifted a finger to rein in Gascon in LA. That city has collapsed. That county's collapsed because he is not enforcing the law.
LA has fallen.
City.
And here's the thing.
American
this
city.
is what's happening. That
Blue Libra coming through to the Patreon.
Oh, yeah. And I'm working on the merch for December on the next show. I'll let you guys know what the $33 perk is going to get and all that. And if you were part of the $33 or $50 perk last month, you should check your Patreon inbox because I need to know which variety of the merch you want, and if you're getting a shirt, I need to know your shirt size before I send it to you.
I don't know if this is a spoiler for those of you that have the $33 and 33-cent level. The DP merch will not be a DP branded missile. I can guarantee you that.
Hey, I was working on that.
Not this month, Ben.
No, not this month. No, it takes time.
California model.
We're a little over time.
In Philadelphia, Baltimore, all
15 seconds. We got to go break.
Come on. I mean, you're running for president of the United States. You're talking down the great state of California. You're talking down one of the great American cities, Los Angeles. That's insulting. And you're doing it because you're trying to obfuscate the facts that you have a higher murder rate in the state of Florida and the state of California.
We got to take a break.
Some of the lowest crime rates we've had in 50 years.
We'll have more with Governor DeSantis, Governor Gavin Newsom.
I like how he needs to take the break when Newsom is talking.
Well, he told them he had 15 seconds till break, so Newsom just ran with it because DeSantis just wants to stand there and smile.
On the other side, hey, Sean Hannity here.
All right, here's the next one.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are broadcasting
live.
It sucks,
like just looking at the pictures
Georgia,
of the two.
in Alpharetta,
Newsom just is more photogenic.
Yeah.
He's 6'3". Like, I don't care about politics. I want Newsom to take me home.
Georgia, where in just a moment we're going to hear from the Republican governor of Florida, the Democratic governor of the great state of California, for what is the first ever red state, blue state debate right here on the Fox News channel. Now, we will do our best to give equal time to each governor. We will limit answers to 60 seconds per question. We'll be a little flexible as needed. Let the debate.
These are highlight clips. They kind of skip around.
30-second time for rebuttal. Let me start by introducing both Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governors, thank you both for being here.
I couldn't find the whole debate. I found a bunch of clips, and they kind of skip around.
Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Sean.
I know both of you personally. I've known you both for a long time. I know you're very busy. I also know this. I know that both of you love your individual states. Yeah. I know you both have a deep and abiding love for our country, as I do.
Like how Hannity, out of respect, obviously he's a Republican, so he's going to wear a red tie.
Yes.
But out of respect, he wore a blue shirt for our boy Newsom.
Yeah.
But where we are in the country, we've never kind of been this divided in a long time. There are clear and deep and profound differences in your approach to governance. And
I remember when the whole wearing the American flag pin on your lapel was like an obligation in American politics, where if someone wasn't doing it, they were called unpatriotic for it. It's so weird. But I noticed DeSantis and Newsom, I don't believe either of them have it, but I noticed Hannity had it going on now.
I did not see an American flag pin on either of them.
Yeah.
Begin. One quick note to all of you that are watching.
It was a bigger thing 10 to 20 years ago.
Okay.
I remember there would be these things at school you would go to and you'd get like $5 and you'd shop. It happened like before Christmas. It was like to buy gifts or something for your family or parents. You'd go to the shop and they always had those American flag pins for $1 at the shop.
Cable host in the history of cable news. I'm now, and I feel blessed, in my 28th year at Fox. It's kind of widely known that I am a conservative. However, tonight I will be moderating this debate. I will not be
I'll be showing fake statistics.
Our questions tonight will be coming from well-sourced, fact-centered perspectives, and you will see and hear most of tonight's questions will deal with the most fundamental issues, the ones that impact the lives of the people that make this country great. The people in Florida, the people in California, and in many ways, every state in the country.
Did you have any existential death when he said he was at Fox for 28 years?
It made me feel old.
Like
definitely.
I just had to reset. My heart just sunk. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah, because like I remember the Fox News Network starting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We'll discuss taxes, the economy, immigration, crime, guns, homelessness, education, parental rights, abortion, gas prices. In other words, the things that impact you every single day. In the end,
please like the stream, everyone. By the way, we've got plenty of content, and please consider helping us towards our dono goal if you'd like to start a tip train, get things moving.
Did he say abortion impacts you every single day?
I think he's
get to decide which governing
philosophy a lot of abortions
you believe is better. The governors will explain their governing philosophy. And again, fact-based questions. So let's get started. Everybody ready? All right. As we speak, there is a phenomenon. It is playing out across the entire country. Americans, they are leaving blue states in droves in favor of red states. You can see numbers on the screen right now from the year.
Okay, so some blue states, people are leaving, but this is misleading. There's still blue states that a ton of people are moving to. And I mean, isn't Florida kind of a blue state in some respects? Like, who won Florida in the last presidential election? I mean, like,
yeah, it's pretty close. Texas was pretty close. Like all these blue state, red state gimmicks, all the big cities they're moving to are predominantly blue.
Right.
No, nobody's like going to move to rural da-da-da unless they're going there specifically to buy it and move it and gentrify it.
Yeah. I left Los Angeles to move to bumfuck Nebraska. Like what?
Where I will now be fracking and turning it into a blue city, $1 billion earning at a time.
I mean, we live in a blue state and the population is not going down. Some people leave, but overall, we're gaining population here.
There's definitely an exodus for people who are tired of the business practices of blue states. They're tired of having to deal with all the homeless people they have to throw buckets of water on in the middle of the night while they cook their donuts. Like it's hard out here. You have to not only run a business, but also throw buckets of ice water on sleeping homeless people. It's very hard.
That's
2021 and 2022. These particular numbers are stark in the state that you lead. In the case of you, Governor Newsom, according to the U.S. Census, this is where the numbers come from. In 2021, 2022, California's lost 750,000 residents to other states. Governor DeSantis, during that same 2-year period, you gained 400.
Which is like mid-COVID and towards the end of COVID.
54,000 residents.
When people were allowed to work remotely, they were like, yeah, just move remotely. We'll let you work remotely.
Yeah, and then they moved to a cheaper place to live. That's what happened.
If you're watching right now and you're moving to California, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. He's only going to bring up the blue states where the population went down. That's all he's going to do.
Yeah.
From other states. So Governor DeSantis, we had a coin toss. I was not part of it. I missed it. But apparently Governor Newsom, you won the coin toss.
Hannity wasn't even there for the
chose to let
coin
Governor
toss.
DeSantis have the first question. You will get the last word tonight. So I begin with you. You know, for Governor Newsom, I will ask, what your response is on this as well. It's a simple question. How do you explain this phenomenon? Governor, what's going on?
When I was in the Navy, I got orders to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado in Southern California. And I was a lifelong Floridian, but I went there and I was like, man, this is one of the most beautiful places on earth. And I think California has more natural advantages than any state in the country.
I hate doing this, but he just sounds like a weenie when he talks.
California doesn't have as many unnatural advantages, though. Surprisingly enough, despite all of their plastic surgery, Florida has more plastic surgery.
Yeah. And a lot of that has to do with like median age. There's a lot of old people that retire in Florida and get plastic surgery and shit like that.
You almost
get on up, let me get that donkey butt.
A lot of people in Florida are like Northeasterners that move there when they retire. Or they're snowbirds. They have a home there and they have a home in New York or whatever. That's why Florida has a pretty big Jewish population, because a lot of people move from New York down there just mainly because of the weather and the beaches and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Try.
Not because of the politics.
To mess California up. And yeah, that's what Gavin Newsom has done since he's been governor. He's the first governor to ever lose population. They actually at one point ran out of U-Hauls in the state of California because so many people were leaving. Of course, he's imposed restrictions on his own people while exempting himself from those restrictions. And
he's like, yeah, sorry, we made an economy where people could afford to leave.
While his people were suffering, he led the country in school closures, locking kids out of school while he had his own kids in private school in person. Now, he's very good at spinning these tales. He's good at being slick and slippery. He'll tell a blizzard of lies to be able to try to mask the failures.
A blizzard of lies.
Is they have failed because of his leftist ideology. And
a blizzard of lies. Yeah, that is weird. Speaking, like, both of these states are pretty much warm weather states. You know what I mean?
You have to assume a blizzard of lies is white lies.
Choice for America is this. What Biden.
It's interesting though, because like Florida is like the really humid, muggy heat, and California in most places is like a dry kind of heat. You know, it's not as like muggy and humid.
Biden and Harris and Newsom want to do is take the California model and do that nationally. In Florida, we showed that conservative principles work. This country must choose freedom over failure.
Governor Newsom, your reaction.
Well, it's good to be with you, Sean. It's nice also to see you in a tie as well tonight. Good to be with you. Ron.
I mean, isn't Sean Hannity always wearing a tie? I'm pretty sure.
Ron, and
I dressed up for the occasion, Governor.
No, I'm impressed and I'm grateful. Look, it's an important occasion. This is important.
I don't get it. It must be an inside joke, because I'm pretty sure Sean Hannity's always wearing a suit and tie when he's on TV.
Important conversation, and I think it's important. The folks watching, they're probably wondering, what are we actually doing here? And I want to answer that very directly. I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to tell the truth about the Biden-Harris record, and also compare and contrast Ron DeSantis' record and the Republican Party's record as a point of contrast that's as different as daylight and darkness. You want to bring us back to a pre-1960s world, America in reverse. You want to roll back hard-earned national rights on voting rights, on civil rights, on LGBTQ rights, on women's rights, not just access to abortion, but also access to contraception. You want to weaponize grievance. You are focusing on false separateness. You in particular, Ron, are on a banning binge, a cultural purge, intimidating and humiliating people you disagree with. You and President Trump are really trying to light democracy on fire. So, Sean, there are profound differences tonight, and I look forward to engaging them. But there's one thing in closing that we have in common, is neither of us will be the nominee for our party in 2024.
Ha! He nailed him with that. Like, yep. One thing's for sure is neither of us will be the nominees for our party. And the funny thing about that is that DeSantis is trying to get that and Newsom isn't. So, yeah, that was a good jab.
Wouldn't it be funny if something happened where Trump couldn't run and Biden couldn't run and they became the ones running? Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah, I would rather, DeSantis is bad too. Like, I don't know who's worse. Yeah. I mean, Trump is pretty bad, but DeSantis is younger and can, like, be around longer. So, I don't know. They both are pretty
Governor,
bad.
Great opening
We need
statement.
some young meat.
Did not
question.
It didn't address the issue. Can you explain this migration out of California and going to red state, blue state?
Well, hold on. You mean the last 2 years, more Floridians going to California than Californians going to Florida?
No, I put up on the
By the way,
screen.
that's going to be fun to fact check. So we'll just start right there. California has no peers. California dominates. Size of 21 state populations combined. It's the 5th largest economy in the world. We dominate. #1 manufacturing state. We dominate in two-way trade and research and development, access to innovation, more scientists, more researchers, more engineers, more Nobel laureates in the state of California than any other state in the nation. The finest system of higher education. It's the birthplace of life science and biotech and nanotechnology. We dominate in green tech. We dominate in high
Nailing
tech. We
him.
dominate in artificial
I wish this was a presidential
So with
debate.
respect, I think it's an interesting campaign strategy for Ron DeSantis to be bashing a state of 40 million Americans when California simply has no peers.
Well, that's a pretty slick way of not answering your question. He went on a binge of putting out a lot of left-wing platitudes. Here's what I would say. I talked to a lot of the people that have moved from California to Florida, and we never used to get people from California to Florida or really anywhere in these, because why would you leave California? It's got the best weather, great natural forces. Excuse me, sir. But one of the things that I did, I was talking to a gentleman, a couple.
Guys, I'm going to let the debate breathe. But it's his turn. Let's take turns.
Let your scalp breathe.
Crispy.
To a fella who had made the move from California to Florida, and he was telling me that Florida is much better governed, safer, better budget, lower taxes, all this stuff. And he's really happy with the quality of life. And then he paused and he said, by the way, I'm Gavin Newsom's father-in-law. So we do count Gavin's in-laws as some of the people that have fled California and come to the state of Florida. And why are we?
He literally fucks that guy's daughter. Big flex.
Getting people to come. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. You don't see in the last 10 years, we've had a 45% decline in
just
homelessness.
because you can get them to come doesn't mean you got them to consent, Florida.
California's had a 45% increase in homelessness. We back the blue. I was walking the streets of San Francisco a couple months ago, and I had some of the cops in San Francisco do a beeline to come over to
I was walking in the Castro district recently. Went to a bathhouse while I was there.
Me. And I didn't know what
in Florida, they might back the blue, but in Castro district, they blew the backs out.
They were going to say, and they're like, we want to thank you for standing for law enforcement because we don't get that support in the state of California. So people understand quality of life matters. They understand that Florida's doing it right. And I can tell you the numbers speak for themselves. We have way more people moving to this state than leaving. Gavin can't say the opposite. More people are leaving California than are moving into California.
Let me bring up
coming to California the other way around the last 2 years. But let's talk about crime.
Governor, hold on. Governor, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
He said a lot of things that were factually untrue, including that 50-year crime low, which his own law enforcement team said you should not be using.
You have yet to address the issue, but I asked you twice. You don't want to answer it. But the issue of why the migration out of red states, out of blue states.
We just established more Floridians coming to California in the last 2 years than the
overall. You had a net loss.
No, I want you to answer the false question I'm asking, please. Don't.
It's because they leave to gentrify all the cities you guys let to go to shit.
You didn't establish it.
It's a fact.
Just asserted it.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It is a fact.
Moving on. Let's go. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
All right. Here's another one.
Joe Biden's message to illegal immigrants during his campaign was, let them come. I'd have the tape, but I said I wouldn't play the tape. And since taking office, Biden said he's gotten control of the border. Vice President Kamala Harris, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, Biden's press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre have all said the border is either secure or the border is closed. Yet the Border Patrol says, well, guess what? They have been a record 6.5 million encounters with illegal immigrants and so-called asylum seekers at the border since President Biden took office. The administration says, well, they don't know how many people actually are in the country illegally. Gentlemen, the American people, I ask you, I believe it's your turn, Governor Newsom, have the American people on the issue of borders, you're defending the Biden administration, they're saying the border's secure, they're saying the border's closed. Those are the numbers from our own border.
Newsom, Florida doesn't have an international border. It is kind of close to Cuba, though, but it doesn't land border them.
Patrol. Are the American people being lied to?
I don't think they're being lied to. The Biden administration put out a comprehensive plan day one when he got sworn into office 3 years ago, and the Republican Party didn't touch it. They haven't moved on it. They play politics with us. And I'll be honest with you, I think there's probably one person I wouldn't listen to on this topic more than the guy that I'm standing next to, Ron DeSantis. He lacks any credibility on the issue of immigration. When he was in Congress, he supported amnesty. When he's in Congress, you supported John Boehner's bill. It's a fact. When you were in Congress,
I miss John Boehner because his name was pronounced Boehner, but it looked like Boner. It was like Boehner. I think that's how it was spelled. And he would always cry. He had a habit of crying and like getting emotional and crying a lot.
Which also happens around my boner too.
You supported Obama's efforts to advance comprehensive reform.
False.
The last guy you want to talk to on the issue of immigration. Your immigration policy can best be described as a governor from the state of Florida going into another state, the state of Texas.
He was also very tan, John Boehner. Very, very tan, but he was from Ohio. You don't normally get a tan unless it's like summertime there. So he was definitely like tanning, like going to tanning beds, which is so weird to see like a really tan person when there's snow all over the ground. It kind of throws you off.
Lying to migrants, promising them jobs and housing, sending them to an island, Martha's Vineyard, and then sending them to a parking lot in Sacramento, California. I met with those migrants that you lied to under false pretense. That kind of gamesmanship, using human beings as pawns, I think is disqualifying. So again, a guy who stands here who's been out on the Republican debate stage saying, well, he's going to be tough, he's going to shoot people with backpacks, and then he has a strategy to potentially even invade our second largest trading partner, Mexico, that has a record of supporting amnesty and supporting reforms under the Obama administration, is the last guy to be standing on stage talking about the issue of immigration reform tonight.
Wow, dude, he's just destroying him. DeSantis could not debate Trump. Maybe Trump saw this and will decide to debate DeSantis. I don't know.
DeSantis has that Homelander smile where he's trying to smile through all the shit he's taking in.
That's what Sturgis was doing earlier on that other stream where I was in the chat.
I was thinking that as well, yeah.
Yeah, he was ignoring me.
Homelander because Homelander is the cool superhero from hit TV series The Boys.
It's like
Sturgis is a weirdo.
Yeah, Sturgis couldn't Sturgis would have normally just banned me, but he couldn't there. And I was just I wasn't even being mean. I was just like reciting the memes and stuff to him. And I said he might be sore from pumping iron all night last night because we were like trolling him into lifting weights last night. It was hilarious. Poop Donkey helps me troll Sturgis. It's so funny. He was trying to get Sturgis to let me into his stream last night and like try to get me to play Jackbox. And I want to do a shirtless pose down, me versus Sturgis. I'm working on my. I'll oil up and do like a shirtless pose down.
Poop Donkey just wants his buddies to get along.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, like we've had people with Sturgis-like views on the show before, and we've argued with them, but we still got along well enough, you know. So we can. It can happen.
When he does finally do the show, we have to do a game where we make him rate beautiful women, and then afterwards we'll tell him they all had penises.
Well, you gave it away. Well, he doesn't.
He won't know that.
Yeah, he just reads the comments. That's all he does. He doesn't watch videos. He just reads the comments, and he argues with. I've said this before. What Sturgis does is like challenging someone to a debate, and then when you show up, you argue with the audience instead of the person you agreed to debate. It's like that. He comes to our video and argues with comments. He can't handle it in real time.
Because our comments are a lot more easy to argue with than us.
Well, yeah,
We're
and
infallible.
And it's a single comment too, so there's no response. Like he can say what he wants about it, and then there's nothing to come back at him for it. So
It's like date rape.
Deja vu all over again with that flurry of lies. This is a guy that says the Biden administration is not lying to the public about the border. They go to the White House briefing room every day. They say the border's secure. They are lying to you. We know that that's not true. Gavin Newsom is lying to you when he says somehow I supported these things, which I didn't do. He's also lying to you about what it's going to take to solve this problem. California.
I mean, the border is definitely secured. Is his definition of secure means no one ever can sneak across it? Because we're a very large country, both by size and population, and that's just not something that's going to happen. You know,
and
like
building a wall doesn't stop people from getting in and out.
Nope.
The most popular ways are different.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, it's easier to scale the fence. They call it a wall. It's easier to scale the fence than it is to go to places where they don't have a wall because it's in the middle of, like, it's out in, like, the desert or the mountains or something like that. Where like that's a more effective wall than the shit they build. Biden's building shit now too, though, so it's like that's weird that Biden kind of stole that issue from Trump. So now that's not like an exclusive to Trump idea anymore. Trump can't use that.
I still think we should just ship our garbage down towards the border and let it pile up super thick. Like a garbage wall.
We should catapult it there.
That's fucked up. I used to throw garbage in my neighbor's yard, not thinking they would know it was us. That didn't last.
It's a sanctuary state. They thumb their nose at federal immigration law, and this has real consequences. There was an illegal alien, Herbert Nixon Flores, who was in L.A., in custody. He was a repeat criminal. ICE wanted to take him into custody because then they would be able to deport him. L.A. refuses to work with ICE, and so they wouldn't turn him over. They end up releasing him on the street. He ends up murdering the mother of a 3-year-old little girl. Those policies.
He doesn't say he ends up murdering a woman. He goes, he murders the mother of a 3-year-old girl. Like he's positioning the little girl as the victim, not the woman who was murdered. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, they're both victims in a way, but I would say
they're both victims.
The person who's dead got the shittier end of the stick there. It's just a weird way to position it.
I definitely like the idea, though, of further humanizing the murder, and like murder's not good enough. That's a smart tactic.
Are deadly. They do not work. And I'll tell you this. The Martha's Vineyard transport, Martha's Vineyard said it was a sanctuary jurisdiction. Kind of reminds me about Gavin Newsom when he restricted Californians, then he went to the French Laundry. These liberal elites, they like to impose burdens on you. They don't want to have to face the consequences of their actions. So we've got a lot of elites who want open borders, who lecture everybody else about it.
Nobody wants completely open border, at least not. There's very few people that are politicians in the federal government that want truly open borders. It's such a distortion.
And the minute they have to deal with any of the consequences, oh man, all hell breaks loose.
Like right now, at this point, completely open borders is a fringe view that is not held by the majority of people, especially not in the government. It makes open borders would make it a lot more difficult to control people, and they definitely don't want that. So
yeah, these wokey brokies that want open borders are just doing it because it's a TikTok trend.
How about the consequences of
we're moving on. We're moving to the next question.
We'd be much better
on the same topic.
If that were the case.
On the same topic, this is important. This is a very important question.
Gavin has facts and figures, while Ron has some stories he heard from somewhere.
Yes, exactly. They're anecdotal facts. But yeah, our border is open in a way to like guests, you know, like but they don't want to change that. Where are they going to get their cheap labor from? You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people take advantage of the cheap labor, and a lot of them are Republican.
Yes.
People who want that cheap labor.
Yes.
Migrants, I know, want to come to America for a better life for themselves and their family, find the American dream. I totally sympathize with them. Many good people fleeing very bad situations abroad. But others are abusing the asylum process And
it's funny because he is, I can tell, putting forth an effort to sound impartial, which is the total opposite of what his career is usually. He's a propaganda man. He's not a news guy. He's literally just propaganda.
But ever since the Combs day, that propaganda has been with him appearing to try to be impartial and then curbing it back. So it's kind of like his shtick.
I mean, I used to listen during the Combs days. He still had a radio show. It was usually on before Rush Limbaugh, and he was definitely not pretending to be impartial there. He literally would campaign. Like, it's for a long time in journalism or in news, it was a bad thing unless you were an opinion person to endorse a candidate. And he was endorsing George W. Bush unapologetically, and he was doing it with Trump too. To the point where Trump in a debate was like, he told an obvious lie, and then when people doubted it, he was like, ask Sean Hannity, he'll tell you.
The process in search of where they're coming from, we're now learning that many are coming from some of our top geopolitical foes, countries with little to no vetting, or people that are coming in. They're not being vetted. Look at these numbers between October 2021, October 2023.
Look, it's mostly Arab countries that they have, or not necessarily Arab, like Iranians are not Arab, they're Persian, but they're Muslim. It's the ones listed at it's weird how why didn't they list or I guess maybe it's alphabetical order. No, it's not. Why did they list them this way? Why didn't they not list them either in alphabetical order or from like the high, like China should be first? You know, and by the way, of course, it's going to be mostly China because there's more people from China than anywhere else.
Well, if you combine the numbers, it's more China than the rest of them. And then if you take the Chinese out of the equation, it's more Russians than the rest of them.
Yeah.
Countered 6,386 nationals from Afghanistan, 3,153 from Egypt, 659 from Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, 538 from Syria.
There's plenty of people from Iran that have nothing to do with any of that. It's just unfortunate that they're from a country like that, you know, that they have to live there.
12,605 from Russia and a whopping 26,113 from China. Now, my question...
Like, we can't go through life assuming everyone from a certain country is a terrorist. I mean, unless we want to be complete isolationists, you know, then we can be like, oh, okay, like, there's a chance they might be a terrorist, so we can... just because, based on where they're from, we're not going to let anyone in... Actually, Trump did that. Trump banned travel to a lot of Islamic countries. They, like, travel from those countries... But the ones he liked, like Saudi Arabia, he kept them around because they got a lot of money and oil. It's crazy how people kiss the ring of Saudis when we know they're like just full of human rights violations.
Full of money.
I remember like the G20 summit, and I'm looking at all the leaders of the countries there, and it's like only one of them is an absolute monarchy, and it's Saudi Arabia. A democrat, a theocratic absolute monarchy. One of the craziest things.
The next question goes to you, Governor Newsom. What are the odds that Biden's open borders have allowed terrorists and terror cells unvetted into this country? Is that a clear and present danger to every American?
The odds are 100%. Of course our enemies are going to take advantage of this. He opened the border. He's not he's violating his oath of office to take care that the laws are faithfully executed.
You know, if the border was truly open, there'd be way more people coming here. There'd be way more people.
I think the real way to combat the border problem is to make America undesirable. Just keep raising the prices, keep inflation going, keep roboticizing AI jobs, get rid of the actual work that anyone can do. And before long, people are just going to stay back in their country. They're like, fuck, America sucks now.
The real solution is to stop implementing policies that make these other countries where people live less desirable and the countries that border us, like Mexico, are like the drug war, various things we've done to make the quality of life lower there, that should stop. And then if the prosperity, like, you don't see a lot of Canadians sneaking across the border. Like when there's
sneaky Canucks,
when there's prosperity in a country, people don't want to leave and go somewhere else. So that's the real solution, not building walls and shit.
I happen to think the CIA did a great job keeping America #1 by destroying every other country.
He's knowingly having 8 million come in. And yes, there's criminal aliens, there are terrorists, there's a lot of fentanyl. That we've had tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths.
I've met
a lot of angel parents who have lost kids.
Angel parents? Oh, okay. So they're the parents of dead kids? Okay.
To fentanyl.
Never heard that term
the
before.
problem is, you'll have a college kid that may take some pill not knowing that there's fentanyl in it. And then right there, that can be fatal. They're poisoning our people. And Joe Biden is sitting on his hands. He refuses to take care of the border. He refuses.
I had a family member that died because he did cocaine that ended up having fentanyl in it.
Hold the drug cartels accountable. This is the vision of Biden, Harris, Newsom. Open borders. Americans suffer. And Americans continue to die because of fentanyl overdose. There will be, unfortunately, a terrorist attack at some point that we'll be able to trace back to our southern border.
A lot of so Shesh asked, fentanyl is coming over the border. A lot of fentanyl comes from China, so it's coming across the border from somewhere. A lot of it comes from China,
from South America as well.
God forbid. By the way, do you see that risk, Governor Newsom?
Hold on. I mean,
do you see the risk?
They get it from China and then move it up through South America.
Put out
the cartels will buy it from China.
The sea is still a border. Like, we have maritime borders. It's still a border.
Consistently puts up.
Like when I took a boat from here to Canada and we crossed a maritime border on the way there. So it is definitely a thing.
Hold on, no, but Sean,
is there a risk?
I'm going to answer your question. I support border security. I think the asylum system is broken. I believe that we need.
I understand that.
I'm the only guy here that's a border state governor. You're trolling folks and trying to find migrants to play political games to try to get some news and attention so you can out-Trump.
Yeah, didn't he ship a bunch of migrants to New York or something, or Massachusetts or something like that? I think DeSantis did that. Yeah, I think he did.
He was talking about it earlier. He sent them to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah.
He sent them to a parking lot in California. And Newsom met with them in the parking lot. He brought that up earlier. He was like, you sent them there on false pretenses. You sent them there promising them something and gave them something else. He was like, that's a fucking scumbag move.
It is scumbag. By the way, if you just tuned in, please like the stream. That would be amazing.
Trump. And by the way, how's that going for you, Ron? You're down 41 points in your own home state on the issue of immigration.
Damn. He just keeps like stabbing him and stabbing him and stabbing him. He's already dead. Look at that smile, too. God, he does not look happy. He looks like he's in pain.
Yeah, that's the hardest smile to keep. It is a painful smile. You can see the top line is so flat and the bottom is curved because he's just letting the bottom of his mouth sink. He can't even really smile.
It's almost like he's getting plowed into his butt and he's pretending to like it for the camera.
Whoa, Ben, I don't think he would have to pretend. If that was happening, he'd have a big old smile.
Oh, it would be a real smile.
Wouldn't need lifts. He wouldn't need lifts in his shoes because he'd be sitting fucking high in the air on some good dick.
Biden put a $14 billion immigration package up in front of Congress, 2,300 border agents, as well as custom officials, 1,000 new law enforcement officers to deal with the fentanyl issue. And by the way, that's a major issue in your state, 41% higher overdose rates than the state.
I like how he's afraid to look at Newsom, too. Newsom keeps looking over at him, and he's just staring straight ahead. Straight ahead.
Of California.
Now, do they have a tilt on this camera angle so that DeSantis doesn't look that short?
I mean, he might be standing on a box. I have no idea. I mean, it's definitely not like a 50-50 angle. It's definitely closer to one person than the other.
I haven't heard not a peep from Ron DeSantis.
They'll do that during actual debates. I've noticed that. Like, they'll make everyone kind of the same height for framing purposes. You know, like when Hillary debated Trump, it made it look like they were the same height when they obviously aren't. I think Hillary's, probably like 5'4" or something like that.
They want to demagogue
No
this
idea.
issue. You want to play politics with issues. You don't want to solve this issue. Why don't you lead your party
Governor Newsom,
and support that $14 billion
Hold on. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right. Here's another
Sean
one.
Hannity.
This is about abortion, this next one.
Topic that will seemingly play a very...
Infamous says if they'd make prescription drugs affordable, that would do a lot to stop illegal drugs flowing in the country. We are not going to go and ruin all the billionaire pharmacies,
the GOP
okay?
wants to invade Mexico because Mexico found a shitload of lithium and want to nationalize the profits.
Lithium.
Oh, snap.
Lithium has all sorts of uses, like in batteries, and like it's used in pharmaceuticals too. They used to put it in 7-Up too, by the way, back in the day.
7-Up?
The original formula for 7-Up had lithium in it. I can't imagine what the world was like then, where you could get cocaine Coca-Cola or lithium 7-Up. Man, I would have been drinking soda.
Can you imagine all these sodas that have made kids fat and sick today started as a way to get like drugs delivered into your body? And then we took the fucking one thing out of it that it was made for, was the drugs, to give you the cocaine, to give you the lithium. We took that shit out and we left you with the sludge. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's weird that lithium's also used to make batteries. Yeah, I just
used to make a Sultan battery.
I just fact checked my my statement because I was like, is it? Because people were like, what? And it does say so it's a disputed claim, but lemon lime. It used to say like lithium soda on it.
And their original slogan was, "We will lift you up."
They yeah. So 7-Up was originally basically like an antidepressant tonic.
Yeah,
which is so weird.
Dr. Pepper used to have ayahuasca in it.
It used to be called lithiated lemon soda. Here's like an old
lemon soda.
Yeah, right here. Lithiated lemon soda.
I need some good lithiated lemon soda.
7-Up settles the stomach for hospital or home use. I cannot
Give me
believe
some of
they
that hospital grade 7-Up.
Yeah, I cannot believe. I wonder if there's still like old bottles of these sitting around somewhere.
Look at that bottom corner, Ben.
Yeah, what?
It's slenderizing.
Yeah, because it takes away your appetite. That's a side effect of
I
it.
need that in my life. Why do I live in a world where I can't go pick up a 6-pack of lithium lemon soda?
Large role in the future elections, and it's the issue of abortion. Yes. I have a question for both of you. I'll ask you to please respect the individual's right to answer uninterrupted. And that is Governor DeSantis. I think it's actually your turn, Governor Newsom, if you don't mind.
All good.
Most medical professionals believe a baby is viable outside of a mother's womb by between 24 and 26 weeks. That is the general scientific consensus. It changes. There are some variations on it. Abortion is legal in your state, quote, up to viability, is my understanding, unless the mother's health is in danger. Right. I'd like to get you on the record.
I never thought we'd live in an America where we have that, but that's the way it is now.
You've been unwilling to answer
I think
this
that
question.
abortion should be legal until the child is old enough to get a job and take care of its goddamn self.
Should there be any restrictions on the issue of abortion that you support at all? Because funding in California, you have allocated in your budget $265 million for abortion last year alone. My question, very specific. Do you support any restrictions at all on abortion, especially in months 7, 8, and 9, past viability?
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk about the issue of abortion.
You're going to answer it?
I'm going to answer that question. Okay. I'll repeat that. But I think this is important, and it bears repeating. Ron DeSantis has signed the most extreme anti-abortion bills in America. He signed a bill banning any exceptions for rape and incest. And then he said it didn't go far enough.
He thinks it's hot. He thinks it's hot. Those are his two favorite porn genres.
Yuck. Young behemoth coming through.
Thank
with the
you.
dodo.
I appreciate it.
70% Tonight's episode is brought to you by viewers like you.
Viewers like
every
episode is
gets you there.
Literally every episode is brought to you by viewers like you.
And decided to sign a 6-week ban before women even know they're pregnant, Ron, before women can even access a doctor's appointment. So extreme is your ban that criminalizes women and criminalizes doctors that even Donald Trump said it was too extreme. On the issue of the extreme exception.
I like it when it's too much for Trump. That's such a great thing to be able to throw at him. And the commercial of him like teaching his daughter about the wall and how great Trump is, that's another thing that's just like, he just has no legs to stand on versus Trump. He should be able to have things to attack Trump with, but he's ruined his chance. He shouldn't have even ran for president. It's crazy that he's in second place.
Maybe that's why he has the shoe lifts then. If he doesn't have any legs to stand on against Trump?
He has prosthetic legs.
That you highlight.
And that's what the shoe lifts are for.
That make him 5'11".
Relates to the issue of later term abortion. It's almost always because of a fetal anomaly, the life of the mother. And in those rare cases, I trust, and answer your question, I trust the mother and her doctor to make that decision.
So in other words, I want to be clear on this. If a woman and her doctor, for any reason...
Not for any reason.
No.
I'm extremely rare.
Should there be...
I know where you guys are going, Sean. You're even uncomfortable with this whole issue. And I understand it.
I see where you guys are going. See, he sees that it's like he's in a debate with two people when you boil it down.
You guys have to go to cover for the extreme anti-abortion agenda of Ron DeSantis.
Should there be... Would you support a ban on abortion in 7th, 8th, or 9th month if the mother's life is not in jeopardy?
Extreme exception. People aren't going on and having abortions.
Should it be illegal then?
Unless something devastating has happened.
Should it be illegal?
It should be up to the mother and her doctor and her conscience. And it
so
almost
the answer is
always,
no restriction.
I've already answered it, and I'll just reinforce it. To cover up, again, hold on, for the most extreme.
I like how he's interrupting him and trying to oversimplify what he's saying. And he's the moderator of the debate.
Yeah. Extreme abortion ban in the country. I have a simple question, though. This is important.
No.
No. You can't make a point.
No.
Sanders,
no simple questions.
No.
We just have to railroad you into saying you want to kill children up to the age of 18. At least we're allowing gun owners to do it in Florida. You want to put that in the hands of women, you sicko?
Yeah.
Week ban. Okay. In the unlikely case,
in shooting galleries, I mean schools.
DeSantis, let's talk about a national ban.
Let's talk about your state.
Answer that. He's getting saved.
You had 15 weeks.
Fundamental question.
You had a 15-week rule in California. You reduced it to 6. My question is this: what was your thinking behind it? Was it for religion?
Yeah, look at this angle. Newsom looks way taller than DeSantis. It like the angle can change, and we know he's at least 4 inches taller than DeSantis.
Yeah, this angle he looks way taller, and then the other angle they look about the same height when they do this angle from the other side.
Yes, so that should say a lot.
Just reasons. Was it for scientific?
He almost looks like a little kid, right? Like I don't know.
Reasons. What was the reason for you from going from 15 weeks to 6 weeks?
Well, I believe in a culture of life. I think we're better off when everybody counts, when everybody has an...
You believe in a culture of life until they're born and then fuck them, right? Like, that's basically it.
He doesn't outwardly say to have sex with them, but every once in a while
that's
they
not
get
an opportunity to do well.
Oh yeah.
And that bill attaches when there's a detectable heartbeat. For the child. And some states have done that. Some states have done others. Some states have done later. And obviously they have a right to do that. But I think about one of our Floridians, a lady named Penny Hopper. She actually survived a late-term abortion back in the day. And they left her on the table there to basically wither away. Her grandmother came, saved her.
She survived
brought her to a hospital.
Abortion.
Saved her, and she ended up living a good life. So she counts and she matters.
I'm Googling Penny Hopper right now.
Okay, yeah, let me know
more about. I know more about this Penny Hopper.
There have definitely been people who were attempted abortions that didn't go through, like they didn't kill them, and they did like live a regular life afterwards. That's definitely happened. But I don't like these anecdotal stories. Like it doesn't. Exceptions don't prove the rule. You know, like that just because that happened.
I'm not finding anything on Penny Hopper.
I think that
Google is saying, "Did you mean penny dropper?" And all these videos I've already seen.
That we have from the modern left, including in California.
Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already, and please consider supporting our stream by doing a tip train. There's a link right at the top of the chat. You can send us your thoughts on this, and if you're watching the VOD and you're not able to send us the tip train, leave some comments below what you think about all this that we're watching. Do you think Sean Hannity is more debating Newsom than DeSantis? Because that's kind of where I'm leaning towards. And he's more of a competent debate. Sean Hannity should run for president as a Republican, probably.
Is that they will take...
He would probably...
Penny Pax is not an abortion survivor. She's a porn star.
That'd be
But she is from Florida. Sorry, go ahead.
That would be crazy if Sean Hannity ran against Trump, like stabbed him in the back. Maybe Sean Hannity could lean into it more than Trump.
He probably makes way too much money.
Oh, he does. He does. Sean Hannity probably has more money than Trump at this point. All these legal fees and shit. Like, I gotta wonder if Trump is really a billionaire at this point. Probably not. He's losing a lot of his assets too. That would help make him that rich.
Your tax dollars, and they will fund abortion all the way to the moment of birth. He's wrong when he says the later terms are all because of this. 88% past 15 weeks are in fact elective from the Florida data. He doesn't keep data there, but that is really extreme to take your tax dollars.
His projected salary is $45 million a year, for one thing.
Good.
And to do this all the way up to the moment of birth. He didn't answer your question about any type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is viable.
Hold on.
Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support
you didn't
a national...
answer, Sean.
Ron,
why didn't you answer
or will
his
you
question?
not support a national ban if it lands on your...
I love how he won't let him answer the question. This is such a...
Yes, you couldn't answer that in any other context.
Okay,
answer
gentlemen,
it tonight. It's a
we're
simple
moving
yes
on
no.
to
By
the
way,
next issue.
Hey, no, Sean, not
No. I don't want you to talk about this. It'll make him look dumb. So, yeah, let's move on to the next thing.
The American people should know this. I'll answer it for Ron DeSantis. Can't answer it. He will sign that extreme 6-week
let me move on.
ban.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
I wonder
to Fox.
why Ron DeSantis hasn't brought up the fact that Trump Jr. is boning Gavin Newsom's ex-wife. Why hasn't he brought that up? That's the biggest Republican win he could serve on tonight's stage. Chesh said she found Penny Hopper. And she linked it in the general chat.
Sure. I mean, like, it's not
a link to Ronald McFondle's Keep Abortion Awesome song. Oh, wait, no, that's Stabby. Okay, found Penny Hopper. Did a doctor order her left dead or alive? Revisiting an abortion tale. And of course, it's behind the Washington Post paywall.
One of the
Chesh,
things
if
I
you have
want to
access
accomplish
to that, let us know if it's bullshit or for real.
Here is the policies that you both implement have a great impact on the citizens of your individual states. For years, a gallon of gasoline, Governor Newsom in California, has been notably higher in your state.
Yeah, the West Coast is just so like, and honestly, it's all oil speculation that makes it expensive. I mean, like, transportation costs shouldn't make it higher. Like, it's all about the like overall average wealth of an area and how high people are willing to pay for it. I remember when I lived in Albuquerque, gas was like 50 cents less, even more sometimes, than Santa Fe, which was only like an hour's drive away. But in Santa Fe, there was a lot more rich people, so there was like gas was way more expensive there. It's bullshit.
There's also taxes that will add up by area too.
What the taxes were the same. It was essentially in the same area, like in the same county and everything. It was just people were willing to pay more for gas there, so gas was more expensive there.
Bradley Gustafson in the pleb chat says Ben and Billy have the alt-right answers to everything.
We do? We have the answers to everything all right.
Everything.
Then in the state of Florida.
That's right.
Here are the numbers, by the way, recent numbers. The average cost for a gallon of gas nationwide, just over $3.24. In Florida, $3.17. In California, it is a whopping $4.85. So, Governor Newsom, I ask you, you've also sued big oil companies, alleging executives have deceived the public about the health of our planet, knowing that it's a polluter. If your lawsuit is successful, that would likely mean higher gas prices, even higher gas prices for everybody. Here's my question, though. Could you name right now one source of energy that you can bring online in the next 3 to 6 months that would be as inexpensive for the people in this country as fossil fuels?
Well, let me touch.
Can you think of that energy?
Let me touch on
this. Question is brought to you by the fossil fuel industry.
Gavin Newsom should just be like, walk, bitch. Walk more. Hoof it.
New Mexico 1912, who I believe lives in New Mexico, says southern New Mexico, like Las Cruces and Silver City, is almost $1 more than northern New Mexico, despite having smaller populations. And they produce oil in the Permian Basin.
From the Permian Basin?
The Permian Basin? I don't even know what that is. It's probably...
1912 is actually the price of gas in the Permian Basin.
Oh, it's in Texas.
To your question, and
Demon caught red-handed.
The latter part of your question. Let me give you the first part of the question. Okay. You're absolutely right.
Infamous says this is basically 2 versus 1, and it's not even a fair fight.
No.
Gavin Newsom is still dunking.
Administrations, Democratic administrations, have experienced under their stewardship, experienced higher gas prices in the state of California. We've been ripped off by big oil. We continue to be ripped off by big oil. Big oil.
Who the fuck does he want to get assassinated? What are you saying right now?
And that's the state of California, the most aggressive anti.
You don't talk against big corn. You don't talk against big pharma. You don't talk against big oil. Chill out, Newsom.
I noticed the gas on the Snoqualmie reservation was way lower than what I normally see, like right around where I live, and it's almost like worth it to drive out there to fill up a gas tank. It's not that far away from me, and it was like way cheaper up there. It was like $4.15 the last time I was there, and normally around here it's like almost $5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try and drive a little further north when I fill up my gasoline tank.
Yeah.
In America, more transparency being required than any time in America. And yes, we're suing the industry responsible for this climate crisis. By the way, the same climate crisis that Ron DeSantis celebrated as human caused, who campaigned for a fracking ban, who campaigned to oppose offshore oil drilling, and then 2 days after he got elected, signed an executive order. By the way, Nikki Haley had you dead to right on this, Ron. Sign an executive order.
Holy shit. Right now, currently, the Snoqualmie Crescent Market gas station is $4.09 a gallon. That's way cheaper than like what I see like around here, and it's not even that far away from me. It's like a 20-minute
oil
drive.
Tank, fill it up, and resell it in your neighborhood.
That would be insane.
I'm saying you're adamantly opposed to fracking, adamantly opposed to offshore oil drilling. You were celebrated by the Sierra Club for that action until you weren't. Once again, it shows the hypocrisy of Ron DeSantis. Now you're running away from climate change as things have gotten worse. Hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, and floods. $179 billion of weather-related
I hate
disasters.
the fake laugh. He's like,
and he has no response except talking points from big oil.
Governor, that was a mouthful. Again, just more lies.
That was a mouthful.
California is the only one that oil companies are gouging. Why aren't they doing that to Georgia or Florida or these other states that have lower gas prices? Because of their policies. That's why people are paying more there. What Gavin Newsom wants to do, what he's doing in California, what Biden wants to do nationally is government-dictated green energy policies. They want to kneecap fossil fuels and reliable energy. We've already seen what's happened in California. They have rolling blackouts. He actually implemented a mandate to buy electric vehicles. So pretty soon in California.
I feel like DeSantis also has very long ears. Like they're long. And they stick out a little bit, but they're also they have from like the top of the ear to the bottom of the lobe. His ears are longer than mine, and my lobes are stretched out. It's very strange.
And what's up with that, DeSantis?
It's like Walter Matthau ears.
To be able to buy a normal car, only electric vehicles, and they celebrated that as like a great thing. A couple days later, there was a notice from the state government telling all EV owners, do not plug in your EV because they don't have enough grid capacity. So he is walking his people into a big time disaster. What Biden wants to do is he wants to take the California model. He wants to impose that nationally. He wants to take away your ability to purchase the car that you want. He wants to kneecap reliable energy. And he wants to bring these rolling blackouts all across the United States of America. It doesn't work. It's going to cause huge problems. We have more energy here. We can be the dominant energy producer in the world.
Florida.
And that's what we're going to do. Florida is not a big energy state. We have the Marcellus Shale. We have the West Texas. We have all of that. So let's do that. No forcing electric vehicles.
Don't interrupt my statement with your facts.
We got to take a break.
Save the American automobile.
When we come back, we'll continue the great state, red state, blue state debate. More with Governor Ron DeSantis, more with Governor Gavin Newsom as we continue. Thank you for being with us from Alpharetta, Georgia.
It's weird how they did it in Georgia. It's kind of neutral, but it borders Florida, so it's kind of not.
Now, Shesh gave us the conclusion of the Penny Hopper article, and the bottom line says we have documented that Hopper can claim that her parents tried to abort her and she survived. But the rest of her story of a doctor and a hospital staff who left her to die on the back porch cannot be verified. Contemporary news reports and interviews suggest another scenario. After she was born in such a fragile state, and after the Wauchula hospital staff realized she needed more help, they arranged for a police escort to rush the infant to a hospital that had a new type of incubator that helped save her life. As the Wauchula Herald Advocate put it, red-haired little Penny is now home with her parents and her big brother, 4 years old. Thanks to medical progress and vigilant nurses, this homecoming became a reality. So it seems like that was a lot that went in to keeping her home, and that our Floridian governor is just using a fucking boogeyman here.
Yep. Surprise, surprise. Hi, I'm the vigilant nurse Mario, and you're here for another Hollywood Exposed.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
I've exposed myself in Hollywood before.
No, I'm calling this the lightning round. It would be great if you guys cooperated. I'm not a potted plant here. Good. And I want to ask you, we all know that federal policy does have a huge impact on states. We know that. I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions, and I just want one-word answers, okay, from 3 of you, because we're coming up on a break. And the issue is right now Joe Biden is president. Yep. So I would like both of you to give a grade to Joe Biden overall as president. Governor Newsom, I'll give A.
An A, absolutely.
Governor
DeSantis. It's been a masterclass.
And a failure. Yeah. Okay.
No, that's your
Now, number 2, president. Are his policies helping or hurting your individual states? Is it helping the state of Florida?
The inflation is hurting our state big time.
Grade.
Fail. He failed. He's failed on the economy.
The guy just took $28 million from the Science and Tech Act. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's absolutely accelerating
he thinks Joe Biden's bad for the economy, but he's taking money from the federal government. So shouldn't he turn it down and be like, no, I don't want your money?
Dominance in manufacturing, accelerating our revitalization.
Okay, that was a simple answer.
Unequivocally,
lastly,
absolutely yes.
Okay, I will ask you, Governor.
He won't let him answer.
DeSantis.
No, your answer's too good. Sorry, I have to move on to the next thing.
Sorry, it wouldn't be fair to DeSantis to let you make him look like an idiot again.
Over again, and Governor Newsom, you have seen over and over again. Joe Biden is experienced what I believe to be significant cognitive decline. And in other words, it's the toughest job in the world. Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country? Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to it?
Yes, he's in decline. Yes, it's a danger to the country. He has no business running for president. And, Gavin Newsom agrees with that. He won't say that. That's why he's running his shadow campaign. He should not be running. He is not up to the job. And it is dangerous for this country.
Well, I will take Joe Biden at 100 versus Ron DeSantis any day of the week at any age. In fact, all of the
you
folks
think
on the
he's up to the job?
Trail.
You think he's 100%?
I'll take decrepit 100-year-old Joe Biden. I'll take Joe Biden played by Bruce Willis before I'll take Ron DeSantis.
100%. Plenty of time with 100%. Joe Biden.
I'll take Weekend at Bernie's Joe Biden.
Yeah,
where he's just like a dead puppet.
Dead Bernie Sanders before I take Ron DeSantis.
Private and public. You don't know. And by the way, results matter. Inflation now is down to 3.2%. Wages are up to 4.4%. The economy is booming, 5.2% GDP growth in the last quarter. Those are facts you don't hear on Fox News. 14 million jobs, 10 times more than the last.
Let me move on. That was the lightning round. Now, on March 31st, 1968.
That was a lightning round. That was a lightning round. Let me move on.
Yeah, let me move on.
Every time a lightning round now.
Every time he tries to answer it. I'll be right back.
Oh, my mother was having some issues with tonight's stream. Is anybody else having issues? I want to tell her it's just her. Like it's just you, Ma. Restart your phone, Ma. Restart the screen, Ma. Come on, Ma. If anybody else is having issues, let me know. But I think it's just her. Good times. Anyways, everybody watching right now, you know the gimmick. When you see my big face, you can ask big questions and get even bigger answers. Ask away, you little sickos. I'm glad everybody's seems to be doing well. My mom's probably watching right now, like, why are you calling me out in front of all your friends? I'm like, Mom, these aren't my friends. I put on a show, Mom. I'm acting, Mom. I don't love any of these people. Not the way I love you, Mom. That'd be weird, Mom. I love you, Mom. Where are the ANCAP libertarians? I don't even know what an ANCAP is. I know what a nightcap is. Can we get a nightcap libertarian? Alcoholic libertarians? Slimothy James says, Billy, you look very tall today. That's the angle of the camera. Let me slouch for you. Let me slouch. I did not steal Cobb's lizard dragon, okay? I just helped him dig a little hole to sleep in. Just exile them to Argentina. Good times. Billy, do you think that you could beat Ron in a debate? Yeah, but I'm really good at beating people in a debate. I spend the first half of the debate making them think I'm more on their side so they get comfortable with me. And then I slowly get them to agree with me because they got really comfortable with me on the first half of the debate. It's total shithead fucking tactic that I do. Same way I deal with feminist women. Whenever I'm talking to a feminist woman, I make her think I'm a male feminist. And by the end of the conversation, she's like, yeah. I'm a slam pig, ruin me. Men are the best. Like, yeah, you got it, feminist. Because I'm a manipulator. Logic Blasters, Billy, you look healthy. Hope your heart is doing well. I hope so too, man. Lure them with a false sense of security. I'm really good at
if I give you money,
security in
will
general.
You pretend to love me?
Marcus Trinius, yes, I will, but only directly to my Patreon, not this DP money. I don't love you for DP money. You have to give it directly to me, and then I'll give you my love, sucker. Seven Hooks says, okay, Billy, calm down. This sounds sus AF. Why? Because I'm actually really good at making people around me feel comfortable,
Billy,
which is partially.
See Godzilla -1? It was incredible.
I haven't seen it yet. I thought about going to see it, though. I haven't seen any recent Godzilla in theaters that I can remember. But I thought about going to see it. But yeah, I'm really good at making people feel comfortable and secure. That's why you guys are watching right now, actually. I'm making you feel comfortable and secure. That's why I'm allowing you guys like Magicus, I allow him to drop slurs because he feels so comfortable doing it. That's why I've had to stop making Magicus feel comfortable. which I feel bad. I allowed him to get super sick just so he wouldn't be comfortable anymore because of his little slur slip. But I let him be too comfortable.
Since Ohio State is probably out of the playoff picture in college football, I'm an unofficial Washington Huskies fan from now until the end of the season, and they're playing Michigan next. So,
how embarrassing would it be if Michigan beat them?
I don't know who's the better team. Like, Washington definitely is higher ranked. Like, Washington's undefeated, and they beat Oregon again for the second time last night for the Big 12, the last Big 12 championship, because all the teams are moving to other conferences. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. Well, their first real test is going to be Michigan. We'll see. Hopefully they beat Michigan, because I'm going for them to go all the way now at this point, because they're like, they're the home team here. So, and they're playing Michigan, and I'm against whoever's playing Michigan every time.
If Michigan beats Washington, Kendall's dad is going to make us look like embarrassed little boys. So I'm now also a Washington fan.
Washington barely beat Washington State. They won by a field goal. They were supposed to destroy Washington State. It's so crazy. But they won by a field goal, and the guy who made the field goal, they gave him a full scholarship just because he won that game by kicking that field goal. It was a really long field goal. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They're like, here, have a full scholarship.
Yeah.
But that's pretty good. They try and make those games close. Whoever writes the college football games, they always write those games. They try and write them pretty close because we live close together. There's a lot of Cougars and Huskies that work together every day, and we don't want either side to feel too butthurt. So we try and make it a good game every year.
Those schools have a vested interest in winning. It's definitely not written. Definitely not. But, there's always a conspiracy. That's
just like your opinion, bud.
Yeah. Even to the point where like you're not even like I looked at the casino to see what the betting odds were. They don't even take bets on those games, like the local games here. So I wasn't able to bet on like they didn't even make it available to bet between Oregon and Washington yesterday when I was looking to see what the odds were at Snoqualmie. So it's weird. Like I guess because it's local, they like keep it off the local betting. That might have been one of the laws when they legalized sports gambling here, that it couldn't include the local teams here.
Nadia Yvette Chambers says the anti-feminist shtick should be dropped. Who's doing that? Nick Fuentes?
Check out this. Elon Musk did an interview on CNBC. It's kind of interesting. We'll check it out. Here it is. And this question, it was like, so how do you feel about the advertising?
Grilling situation. Do any of you prefer charcoal or gas?
I like charcoal better. Gas is cool. Too, though.
I like the ease of gas.
Better control over the heat with gas.
Easier to clean.
Yeah, that is true. They each have their advantages. I like the char from the charcoal though. It's pretty good.
What was that trip like? And obviously, that there's
Elon was accused of anti-Semitism on Twitter, and then advertisers started pulling their ads for Twitter, which definitely takes a. Elon paid $45 billion for it, and he's losing money like keeping it running. So this is his response to people like advertisers pulling
public
out.
Perception that, and you're clarifying this now. But there's a public perception that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
Oh, snap.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself.
Woo!
But
Gangsta.
Go f*** yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
It's not blackmail. It's funny that he's just saying that, though. I do find it amusing.
Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
Why?
I understand, he's talking about Bob Iger, the owner of Disney. Was the owner of Disney attacking Twitter?
He's the CEO of Disney, not the owner. But yeah.
Reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No. Actually,
is he mad at Bob Iger for destroying Star Wars?
It's going to do it. It's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world?
He is a owner of a significant amount of stock, though, but he shares it with a bunch of other people. It says it's him, Christine McCarthy, Alan Braverman, the Vanguard Group Incorporated, and BlackRock Incorporated. So there are a few companies that own a large share of Disney's stock.
No.
No wonder we went woke.
Killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But there are those.
He is the CEO. He's not like the whole owner, but he is. He does own a lot of it. He owns like a significant share of it.
Vanguard and BlackRock are like, by the way, Disney, it's time to go woke.
They're going to say we didn't kill the company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say
tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform. Right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Earth.
Tell it to Earth.
Okay. This goes back to.
We'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time?
Earth to Elon Musk.
If there was
Tell it to us. Tell it to us.
If the company fails.
Elon Musk to ground control.
It's crazy how, like, you look at a picture of him when he was 20, like in his late 20s, and he had less hair than he does now. He has some of the best hair replacement surgery, though. It looks better than a lot of shit I've seen. But
I like how he paid hella to get that hair replacement surgery, and then him wearing this bomber jacket means he made this choice.
He's young and with it.
I'm going to wear a fucking bomber jacket, dude.
Because of an advertiser boycott. It will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company. And
the Cybertruck came out the other day, so within a year or two, you might start seeing them on the road. It's kind of crazy.
That's what everybody on Earth will know.
Is he martyring now? He's positioning himself as a martyr?
He is, yeah.
He's like, I stood up for you. I stood up for you, Earth, planet Earth. And you can see they bankrupted our company. It wasn't my decisions. I stood up for you, and they bankrupted us, Earth. It's time you follow me on this new website, x.com. It's basically like OnlyFans, but for my baby mamas.
What do you think then of the? This goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone.
No, I do not want the Tesla truck. I think it's ugly, but it is kind of cool how it's allegedly bulletproof and stuff like that. It's made out of stainless steel too, like a DeLorean used to be.
I wouldn't mind a Tesla truck turned into like a taco truck. That'd be pretty lit.
It'd be hard to fit a kitchen in it.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
And
I have to lay down.
It's more like a pickup truck.
Tacos.
It's more like a pickup truck.
Because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform. And I just wonder and ask
he
you.
Looks like Kim Jong-il. Have you seen that influencer that looks like both Elon Musk and Kim Jong-il at the same time?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the
guy's
memes
fucking amazing. He's amazing. He looks like both of them.
The car I can't wait to actually see on the road is the Mercedes Avatar. It's one of the craziest looking cars ever. I've seen videos of them as like a concept car. They look like they're from space. They definitely exist. There's a few that exist in the world, but yeah, the whole door is a window.
I like the zebra donut tires.
Yeah. The tires are crazy.
How does the door open up? Is it just like every other like suicide door? Or
I've seen videos of it in action. I think it opens like up. Like it's crazy. And there's not a steering wheel. There's like a pad to the right of the driver that it's like a control pad. And it'd be
super weird having to piss in a bottle while driving in that thing.
Look at the tire. Like, what the fuck is that? What is it made out of?
That must be zebra donut tires.
So crazy looking.
Think about that for a
Tell
second.
it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be...
The judge is the public.
He's like, but the judge is going to be Jewish. The judge is the public.
Judge Goldstein presiding.
Yeah, Elon Musk, I'm glad you're positioning yourself as a martyr. He's already saying, if the website fails, Earth will know. It's because I stood up.
More questions for you.
Not because you fucking turned it into a shithole.
You're headed back to Texas after this to launch the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big launch. But I wanted to ask you right now, more broadly, just about the car business and what you see actually happening. And specifically, the government put in place lots of policies, as you know, to try to encourage more EVs. And one of the things that's happened...
It's funny, when he first unveiled the Cybertruck in 2019, he claimed the windows were unbreakable, and then he fucking, while trying to demonstrate that, broke the window.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Is you have now a lot of car companies saying, actually, this is too ambitious for us. These plans are too ambitious. 4,000 dealers, I don't know if you saw just yesterday, sent a letter to the White House saying, this has gone too far. You're going too far. You had this
anti-EV.
This is going too fast, too far, and that there's not enough demand. Underneath all of this is this idea that maybe there's not enough demand for EVs, that the American public has not bought into they bought into it with your company, but they haven't bought into it broadly enough.
Well, I think if you make a compelling electric car, people will buy it, no question about it. Electric car sales in China are gigantic. That's by far the biggest category.
Right.
And I think that would be the case, it's worth noting, so probably the best refutation of that is that the Tesla Model Y will be the best-selling car of any kind on Earth this year. Of any kind, gasoline or otherwise.
Is there another car company that you think is doing a good job with EVs?
I think the Chinese car companies are extremely competitive.
It's funny because
interesting.
There's not a lot of Chinese cars in the States. So it's funny that he mentions cars that can't possibly normally be sold in the U.S. It's interesting.
He's not going to one up his competitors.
Right,
you know?
Right.
By far our toughest competition is in China. So, there's a lot of people who out there who think like the top 10 car companies is going to be Tesla followed by 9 Chinese car companies. I think they might not be wrong. So.
There's a lot of people.
Good at
there's a lot of people out there. They might not be wrong. That lot of people reference is always a really good way to perpetuate unfounded bullshit.
Exactly. A lot of people say this. Oh, okay. Who are they?
I would love to see the statistics on that. He could be right?
Maybe.
But the verbiage he's using is classic grifter bullshit.
Manufacturing and the work ethic is incredible. So. If we consider different leagues of competitiveness at Tesla, we consider the
people
Chinese
are suggesting Elon Musk is incapable of lying because of his autism. I didn't know that. I want to shout out Egghead, who recently this week found out when he was a kid, he was tested on the spectrum and his parents never told him.
Really?
Egghead found out. Hey, Brian Chan coming through. People are saying it.
So I've
78.25%.
Thank you so much.
Egghead's brother called him and told him that. So I don't know if his brother's fucking with him or not.
No, I remember I was in a voice chat with him and he said he rode a short bus when he was a kid. And I'm like, and you've never been diagnosed? And Egghead does kind of display some tism-y characteristics. Like he always gets baited into the same shit, the same trolling, almost kind of like Cobra, how Cobra gets baited into trolling all the time. So I get it. I'm not surprised at all. And like Egghead, it was Egghead had older parents too, and they came from a time where it was okay to like not tell your kid he has a condition like that. So.
Yeah, the way Egghead explained it is he was talking to his brother this week, and his brother just like brought up that Egghead was on the spectrum, and Egghead was like, "Wait, what? Why did nobody tell me?"
They were like, "We thought you could already tell that you were."
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Egghead's got a new outlook on life now.
Okay.
Be the most competitive. And by the way, we do very well in China because our China team is the best China.
How worried are you that the unionization effort that just took place well, I shouldn't say effort, but the new wages.
We need to
Thank you.
12 days of Christmas. The 12th day could be Jared's laugh.
And the like at GM and Ford that they're coming for you.
Coming for you, sucker.
Coming for you. What is that going to mean to you and your business?
Well, I think it's generally not good to have an adversarial relationship between people on the line, one group at the company and another group. In fact, I disagree with the idea of unions.
Oh, yeah, the richest man on earth disagrees with unions. Go figure, because he doesn't have to worry about getting paid more for work. He has to worry about paying more for work. That's his shit.
For a reason that is different than people may expect, which is I just don't like anything which creates kind of a lords and peasants sort of thing. And I think the unions naturally...
We like the peasants sort of thing.
Try to create negativity in a company and create a sort of lords and peasants situation. There are many people at Tesla...
Did I just hear a landline phone ringing?
Yeah, someone had to... That was Pizza Hut calling back. They have 7 pies delivered to this location. The guy's outside of the door trying to get in, but he can't figure out which door gets him into the studio.
It's a pizza with no sauce and no toppings and no cheese, just bread.
Yum.
No garlic cups.
Who have gone from working on the line to being in senior management. There is no lords and peasants. Everyone eats at the same table. Everyone parks in the same parking lot. At GM, there's a special elevator only for senior executives.
Everyone parks in the same parking lot.
And the thing is that I actually know the people on the line because I worked on the line and I walked the line and I slept in the factory.
He worked on the assembly line?
So
he knows.
I'm no stranger to them.
Who the fuck is calling?
Somebody answer that fucking phone.
Actually, many times where I've said, well, can't we just hold a union vote? But apparently a company is not allowed to hold a union vote. So it has to be somehow called for, but the unions can't do it. So I said, well, let's just hold a vote and see what happens. The actual problem is the opposite. It's not that people are trapped at Tesla building cars. The challenge is how do we retain great people to do the hard work of building cars when they have like 6 other opportunities that they can do that are easier. That's the actual difficulty, is that building cars is hard work and there are much easier jobs. And I just want to say that I'm incredibly appreciative of those who build cars, and they know it. So
he's not really answering the question. He did kind of said he doesn't like unions, which...
I don't like to make the lords and peasants.
I've never worked for a company that liked unions. Some were forced to have unions, but normally they do everything they can to stop that from happening without breaking the law.
There's
breaking the law.
I don't know. Maybe they will be unionized. If I say like if Tesla gets unionized, it will be because we deserve it and we failed in some way. But we certainly try hard to ensure the prosperity of everyone. We give everyone stock options. we've made many people who were just working the line, who didn't even know what stocks were, we've made them millionaires.
Yeah, he made a woman a millionaire just because of some advances he made towards her in an elevator, right? Or was that the airline woman?
He makes he made all the women he impregnated millionaires.
There was a man who dealt with racism in Tesla that became a millionaire, right? That was the one. Elon Musk makes a lot of millionaires.
Let's see. Here's someone wanted to see a video of the Mercedes avatar. So before we get back into the Elon Musk stuff, I'll show you. Here it is. Here's the Mercedes avatar. Here it is on.
And we've got a whole
look like Miami. Was that where it was? It almost looked like Las Vegas to me.
Could be Vegas, yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at those zebra donut tires.
These are the weird sensors on it.
Oh, it's got scales.
Yeah.
Nobody told me it had scales.
I wonder if it's even street legal. I don't know. They might. Well, yeah, it is on the street. Yeah, this is Vegas right here, right? Is that
yeah, probably. What do you think would make it illegal?
I don't know, just like the size of it. It looks like really wide, but it's, it's driving on the street here, so it must be legal. They'd drive it on a closed course. I've seen videos where see, there's the steering pad right there. Look at it. It's so crazy looking. What the fuck, dude? It's a spaceship, but it's a car.
He's just consulting his orb.
It's so crazy.
The Palantir of Orthonk.
Yeah,
I know that there's a lot of testing that goes on in Las Vegas, a lot of driving testing.
I remember
so it probably is Vegas.
We rode in that Uber that was autonomous.
Yeah. But it had two people controlling the fucking car. One guy had to be the driver for like going into the parking lot. And then there was another woman in the car that was there to like study us when we were in the car.
Yeah.
So even though it was an autonomous car, there were two fucking humans and we all three had to sit in the back seat rubbing junk together.
It's a law there that like the places where people are walking, there has to be an actual person driving. They don't want to.
Yeah, they can't have the AI on the premises of the casinos.
Yeah.
So he's got to drive it when he hits the casino premises.
Yeah.
Newspaper. It appeared over the summer to be throttled.
What did?
The New York Times.
Well, we do require that that everyone has to buy a subscription, and we don't make exceptions for anyone. And I think if I want the New York Times, I have to pay for a subscription, and they don't give me a free subscription. So
okay,
give them a free subscription.
Twitter was always free, and check marks meant that they were like a notable person. And now it's like whoever's willing to pay you gets a check mark, and it doesn't even really matter. The only real benefit is you can like DM people who aren't following you. That's like a benefit of it, and you can edit tweets.
But that was something you could have done before he took over.
It's true.
Not
it's
the
true.
Editing tweets part,
right?
Not the editing tweets part, but you could DM before he took over.
That's true.
But were you throttling the New York Times relative to other news organizations, relative to everybody else? Was it specific to the Times?
They didn't buy a subscription. By the way, it only costs like $1,000 a month. So if they just do that, then they're back in the saddle.
But you are saying that it was throttled.
No, I'm saying.
I mean, was there a conversation that you had with somebody? You said, look, I'm unhappy with the Times. They should either be buying the subscription, or I don't like their content, or whatever.
Any organization that refuses to buy a subscription is not going to be recommended.
But then, what does that say about free speech? And what does that say about amplifying
free speech is not exactly
voices?
Free. It costs a little bit.
Right, but that's it. But that's an interesting.
It's like in South Park where they say, freedom isn't free.
He's going to do freedom is a $1.05.
Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me.
Whatever. But it's pretty cheap. Okay. It's low cost freedom.
Low cost freedom. There's a whole bunch of this. Here's another one.
Interesting IP issue, which I think is actually something I can say as somebody who's in the creator business and journalistic business and whatnot, where I care about copyright. So one of the things about training on data has been this idea that you're not going to train, or that these things are not being trained on people's copyrighted information.
New Mexico with the Elon Musk fact check. That was not South Park. It was Team America.
It's true.
Freedom is a burger fire.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a huge lie.
Say that again?
Yes, these AIs are all trained on copyrighted data, obviously.
So you think it's a lie when OpenAI says that this is not, none of these guys say they're training on copyrighted data?
Oh, that's a lie.
It's a lie, straight up.
It's a straight up lie.
Okay.
100%.
So then,
obviously, it's been trained on copyrighted data.
Okay, so let me ask you a second question, which is all of the people who have been uploading.
I mean, it's like one every minute. Yeah.
All of the people who have been uploading articles, the best quotes from different articles, videos to X. All of that can be trained.
I kind of cringe every time it's called X. It's such a dumb name, and I can't believe he paid $45 billion for an intellectual property that he ended up just, like, changing the name. It just doesn't make any sense.
And it's interesting because people put all of that there, and those quotes have historically been considered fair use, right? People are putting those quotes up there. And individually, on a fair use basis, you'd say, okay, that makes sense. But now there are people who do threads, and by the way, there may be multiple people who've done, an article that has 1,000 words. Technically, all 1,000 words could have made it onto X somehow. And effectively, now you have this remarkable repository. And I wonder how you think about that, again, and how you think the creative community and those who were the original IP owners should think about that.
I don't know, except to say that by the time these lawsuits are decided, we'll have digital God. So ask digital God at that point.
Digital God? What is that? I've never heard of.
By that point.
I don't know what that is.
I assume he's referring to AI will be digital God by that point.
We'll have like an AI president or like an AI emperor of the world.
Well, if AI gets so intelligent that it's able to...
It'll self-replicate.
Map out humanity and humanity's trends and intentions and their wants and their needs, and the AI is able to give to them, answer prayers, basically, based off of knowing what the public needs and
like
wants.
G-Man?
AI could basically start answering people's prayers, right? If they can find out what's wrong with you and the AI knows how to fix things based on a human level, it could just be like, look, here are these 7 steps you need to take to fix your life. At that point, does it become digital God?
These lawsuits won't be decided before on a time frame that is relevant.
But is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think we live, there's that, I don't know if it's actually a real Chinese saying or not, but may you live in interesting times. Right. It's apparently not a good thing. But I would prefer to, personally, I would prefer to live in interesting times. And we live
I want it to be
in
interesting.
The most interesting of times. I think
it was the interesting of times. It was the most interesting of times.
And losing sleep over the threat of AI danger. And then I finally sort of became.
Do you think Elon Musk looks at himself like a king would have looked at himself 500 years ago?
Probably, but the difference is the public doesn't look at him like a king,
Some do.
Yeah.
Like you saw the way the quartering was groveling at the doorstep of Elon when he bought Twitter.
He literally he artificially pumped up Dogecoin so big that was insane. How just him tweeting about it made it gain crazy amounts of value, like hundreds of % in value.
And it peaked the night he was on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, but he didn't even mention it. Everyone was waiting for him to mention it on SNL, and he didn't. It was crazy.
And then it tanked after that. But if you followed and you dropped when it hit $1, you would have been a big baller.
Even if I knew annihilation was certain, would I choose to be alive at that time or not? And I said I probably would have choose to be alive at that time because it's the most interesting thing.
Of course, you're gonna die. You're gonna die at any time in existence. Why not die when existence dies? Why not be there at the annihilation event? Everybody dreams, actually. Every generation dreams of the end of the world. They dream of 2012, the Mayan calendar. They dream of Y2K. There's so many people who dream of being there when the good float into heaven and the rest are left on earth to struggle through hell. Generation after generation feels like they're going to be a part of the end of the world, and every single generation has failed so far.
My favorite like end of the world theory was the Planet X one, where like this phantom planet was just gonna like enter our solar system randomly and fuck everything up because of its gravity and everything.
I hate when that happens.
And I watched a few videos back in 2011 that were like, oh, the elite, they know Planet X is coming, and they already have a plan to get the fuck off this earth, and they're gonna leave all of us here to die. It was hilarious because like it was supposed to be a planet like way bigger than even Jupiter, you know, like way bigger, like a unconceivable size, you know.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Yeah, but then we'd see it coming. We have telescopes out there that could see something like that on its way. Way before it got here, even if it was traveling on insane speed.
Unless there was a wormhole.
Yes, which I don't think we've ever actually seen a real wormhole, but I could be wrong about that.
So then
that would be the one that ended it all.
Basically, sort of a fatalistic resignation helped me sleep at night because I was having trouble sleeping at night because of AI danger. Now, what to do about it? I mean, I've been the biggest, the one banging the drum the hardest, by far the longest, or at least one of the longest for AI danger. And these regulatory things that are happening, the single biggest reason they're happening is because of me.
He loves himself, man.
Well, he was the one that went on Joe Rogan and started putting that out into the layman sphere, right? When he was on Joe Rogan talking about the singularity and everything, and that's when everybody started jumping on the trend.
I loved it when he smoked weed on Joe Rogan. Is that what he talked about it? Did he get high and decide to start like philosophizing about AI?
I believe so, because this is before everybody started judging Elon Musk. Because after that visit, they put on Alex Jones on Joe Rogan and played the clips of how Alex Jones and Elon Musk were saying some of the same things, and that was their way to own people to be like, oh my God, maybe Alex Jones is right. But then everybody was like, wait, no, maybe they're both fucking psycho.
Psycho!
At least the last close to 20 years of your life, if not more, to the climate change, trying to get Tesla off.
It's funny that he has like all these babies, mamas floating around out there, but he's still like super rich, because like an average person that would like bankrupt them. So he can afford to just like knock up random ladies that he's banging and then just like pay them in perpetuity. He's like, what's her name? Grimes, who like is more famous in Canada because of their weird like CanCon law, but he knocked her up and then they broke up like right after. She's set for life. She's set for life because she let Elon blow his load in her without birth control.
Hey Ben, have you seen that theory where rich people and poor people share the same lifestyles? Because poor people do that as well.
What do you mean?
There's a theory that compares rich people with poor people, because poor people also knock up tons of women.
Yeah, but it ruins them financially and probably in other ways.
Not poor people; they're already ruined financially. They just go around and fuck
even worse,
leave their poor ass kids, and then the baby mamas get on the government roll.
No, because
yes, this is what they do.
Well, men go to, but then they're expected to still pay child support, and if they don't, they can get locked up for it. In where I grew up, if you didn't pay child support, you lost your driver's license too.
But you don't have to pay child support if you're poor.
I mean, they'll make you poor if you're not already. I mean, there's a huge gap here that we're talking about. There's people in the middle. You're pretending there's only like Elon Musk and then poor people.
Yes,
and that's not the case.
How poor people and rich people. Have you not seen this theory where they compare how poor people and rich people share the same lifestyles?
I don't know.
This is one of those points where it's compared. Yeah, it's a popular comparison. Comparing the rich lifestyles to poor lifestyles. There's like a ton of these things that people do to compare the two.
Part to improve climate. You talked about that.
Yeah, a real right-wing motive
repeatedly.
God, far right, if anything.
I understand that. And then it's
right. Reverse psychology next level.
Well, no, but so here's then the question, which is how do you square the support that you have given? I believe you were at a fundraiser for Vivek Ramaswamy, for example, who says that the climate issue is a hoax, right?
Yeah, I disagree with him on that.
What?
But I would think that would be such a singular issue for you. I would think that the climate.
Did he say he agreed with him on that or disagreed with him on that? I couldn't.
I thought he said disagree, but
okay. I was like, what? He owns an electric car company.
Sweet boys.
Thank you so much. We're at 81%.
Wish you a Merry Christmas.
Let's make it. Let's hit a tip train and let's get this rolling into the station right now. We're less than 20% away.
Such a singular issue for you that actually it would disqualify almost anybody who didn't take that issue seriously.
Well, I haven't endorsed anyone for president. I mean, I wanted to hear what Vivek had to say because I think some of his things that's some of the things he said.
I think a lot of the stuff Ramaswamy says is just because he's pandering to a base. He wants that Donald Trump voting base. So he's in many ways going even harder than Trump and leaning into it even harder than Trump.
I think he understands why that base is successful. It's a counterculture. And right now, everything is set up where we need a counterculture. Normally, like 30 years ago, it would have been like art and music that would become the counterculture. But art and music is being bought out by BlackRock, Vanguard, and pushed with the same agenda. So the new counterculture has to be shit like this.
I think are pretty solid. He's concerned about government overreach, about government control of information. The degree to which old Twitter was basically a sock puppet of the government was ridiculous. It seems to me that there's a very severe violation of the First Amendment in terms of how much government control, how much control the government had over old Twitter, and it no longer does. So there's a reason for the First Amendment. The reason for the First Amendment for freedom of speech is because
Ducking Creepers in the fan chat says he wants a 25 plus voting age. Do you mean Ramaswamy? That's hilarious because he'd be like one of the youngest presidents ever. They should never make the voting age higher than the join the military age.
He's saying Ramaswamy wants that voting age to vote for him, the 25 and up.
What he's saying is he wants the legal voting age to be 25 and up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I'm saying, like, if you do that, you shouldn't be, if you're not old enough to vote, you shouldn't be old enough to go to the military and possibly be drafted. Like, I had to register for the draft when I turned 18. We haven't had a draft since Vietnam, but I still had to do it, which means it's still a thing. They just haven't chosen to use it at any point.
Revolting Machine brings up that Vivek Ramaswamy is a cringe rapper. We can't forget that. We cannot let a cringe rapper become president of the United States of America.
The people that immigrated to this country came from places where there was not freedom of speech. And they were like, you know what, we got to make sure that that's constitutional. Because where they came from, if they said something, they'd be put in prison. Or there'd be, something bad would happen to them. So, and freedom of speech, you have to say, when is it relevant? It's only relevant when...
And by the way, I said he'd be one of the youngest presidents ever. If Ramaswamy won, he'd be literally the youngest president ever. We've never had a president under 40. I think Teddy Roosevelt was the youngest at like 41 or 42, something like that.
The baby president.
Yeah. And he only got in because the president he was the vice president of got assassinated. And then there was Kennedy.
When someone you don't like can say something you don't like, or it has no meaning. And as soon as you sort of, throw in the towel and concede to censorship, it is only a matter of time before someone censors you. And that is why we have the First Amendment.
Could you see yourself voting for President Biden? If it's a Biden-Trump election, for example?
I think I would not vote for Biden.
Teddy Roosevelt, youngest president ever at 42 years, almost 43. He was 42 years and 322 days. So almost 43. And then JFK, 43, almost 44. And then Bill Clinton, Ulysses S. Grant, and Barack Obama. Those are like the 5 youngest presidents.
If I don't run this year, there's no way I can be the youngest president ever.
Right.
Shit.
You'd vote for Trump.
I'm not saying I'd vote for Trump, but I mean,
wonder who he voted for last time.
This is definitely a difficult choice here.
Would you vote for Nikki Haley? Nikki Haley, by the way, wants all social media names to be exposed, as you know.
No, I think that's outrageous. Yeah, no, I'm not going to vote for some pro-censorship candidate.
All opinions expressed by show participants are the participants themselves.
Do you think from that, and how excited or scary does that seem to be? And we read these headlines, obviously, about...
That should go without saying. I don't think it needs a disclaimer, but we're just in a day and age where that's just what people have to do.
Monkeys who died, as you know. What should we think about that?
Huh? Yeah. Putting these weird chips in monkeys' brains and they're dying, but he wants to eventually... It's like Neurolink or whatever. He wants it in humans. We're going to be cyborgs and shit. It's so ridiculous.
Actually, the USDA inspector who came by the Neurolink facilities literally said in her entire career she has never seen a better animal care facility. It is
animal care facility or animal testing facility. It's definitely not an animal. I think like an animal hospital is like an animal care facility.
You gotta care for your test subjects. What if the Neuralink works and they take over? You want to know they were treated right? You don't. If it becomes a Planet of the Apes scenario, if he starts a Planet of the Apes scenario, he wants them to know that he treated them well. You gotta treat them well, right?
This is the nicest animal mutilation facility I've ever seen in my life. Thumbs up, Elon.
Nicest to animals that you could possibly be, even to the rats and mice, even though they did the plague and everything.
What? Come on.
So
actually, I think it was
did the plague.
I think it was prairie dogs. Actually, that maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was fleas that are on prairie dogs that carry the plague, but I could be wrong.
It is like monkey paradise.
Been living most our lives living in this monkey paradise.
Some terminal monkeys where this is actually several years ago, where the monkeys were about to die, and we're like, okay, we've got an experimental device. It's the kind of thing we should only put in a monkey that's about to die, and then now the monkey died, but it didn't die because of the Neuralink. It died because it was had a terminal case of cancer or something like that.
Or something like that. Because he was speaking about it as if it was like a matter-of-fact story, but it's like, something like that.
Something like brain cancer
has never caused
not
death,
because
death
it was connected to some neural link.
It's the best. Unless they're hiding something from me, it has never caused the death of a monkey. And in fact, we've now had monkeys with Neuralink implants for like 2-3 years, and they're doing great. So
I'm sure they volunteered for it, right?
And we've even replaced the Neuralink twice, and we're getting ready
to
do the first implants in hopefully in a few months.
Animal care. That's what I call animal care.
The implementations of Neuralink, I think, are unequivocally good. Speaking of the double-edged sword, I think these early implementations are single-edged sword, because the first implementations will be to enable people who have lost the brain-body connection to be able
he wants to fix like neurological ailments like paralysis and that kind of shit. I get it, but I don't know. It's people are going to have to suffer in order for them to figure out how to do this kind of stuff. Animals are suffering now. It's I don't know.
We always rely on suffering for innovation. Animals suffer just for us to have a taco.
That's a totally different subject, though. Like, it's an apples and orange comparison.
Operate a computer or a phone faster than someone who has hands that work. So you can imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate faster than someone who had full body functionality, how incredible that would be. Well, that's what this device will do. And we should have proof of that in a human, hopefully in a few months. It already works in monkeys and works quite well. With monkeys,
works quite well.
Just by thinking. So, and the next application after the
monkeys love it.
Dealing with
they told me they love it.
On the John says, think of all the ladies who'd look ugly without animal testing. Yeah, think of all the ladies who wouldn't have had orgasms from me without animal testing.
I hate it when I'm not a fan of the makeup, like all the contouring and the big fake eyebrows and all that stuff. I like their eyebrows are like 90% painted on. To me, makeup is not attractive. Like subtle makeup, fine, but like all the other shit, it's just like when you look like a totally different person after you wipe all the makeup off, it's just too much.
Quadrix is going to be vision.
Sometimes
vision is the
I
next
like
thing.
to see the insecurities painted on a woman's face. Other times I like to see the freeing beauty of an untouched soul.
Lost both eyes or the optic nerve has failed, basically where they have no possibility of having sort of some ocular correction. That will be the next thing for Neurolink, is a direct vision interface. And in fact, then you could be like Geordi LaForge from Star Trek.
Why? We don't need...
You could see in like any frequency, actually.
We don't need that.
In radar, if you want.
This kind of shit, like when that becomes a reality, that's just shit the military will use. They'll like put it into soldiers so that they can see the enemy from like miles and miles and miles away on the battlefield.
But they already do that, right? They
the military
have that technology.
The military always gets the technology before the civilians do, and we always get like a limited version of it. The military had the internet first. They had GPS first. Our GPS is way limited than what the military has. They can like literally zoom in live pretty much anywhere in the world because of our military satellites.
We get the technology because of the military.
Right. Yeah, that's where all the money goes.
Yeah.
A lot of folks
this is the last
called me up
Musk
and say,
video.
You really going to host Elon Musk here? Can you believe what he just said on Twitter? On X. On X.
So I have no idea what this
it's Twitter.
And
Elon's like, please don't dead name me.
He says, I don't know what this Twitter thing is, but if you go to twitter.com, it takes you to his website still.
Yeah.
Should you...
Yeah, Ducky Creepers, he should change it to Twix. That's not copyrighted or trademarked or whatever. Twix. Enjoy the cookie crunch.
Him. That's what they said.
Yeah.
Should you platform him? And I said that I think that it's our role, and I know you have issues with journalists.
I have a platform.
I know you have an issue with journalists oftentimes, but I said it's our role to have conversations.
Destiny Guitar with their very first super chat.
Thank you so much.
This is DNI from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Shit's real, dude.
And to inquire and to sometimes even interrogate ideas. And I'm hoping we can do that. So I want to start just so we can begin this conversation and just level set. Take us through everything that happened, if you could.
Everything?
No, over the past week and a half.
How long have you got?
We've got the time.
Okay.
You send out a post or an X or a tweet. I don't know what you want to describe it as.
Mm-hmm.
An X. Yeah, they don't even know what to call it. That's why it's terrible branding.
I'm trying to change, like when things were just 140 characters, it made sense.
Well,
on a tweet.
This is like very similar to people who dead name people when they say the wrong name and they're like, my name is Venus. And you're like, okay, sorry about that. I keep forgetting because I knew you so long as Twitter.
I'm going to retwix you.
A bunch of little birds chirping, but when, the point at which you can put like 3-hour videos on.
It's reposting now. Tweet. On X, it's called reposting.
So here we are.
This is more descriptive, I think.
And at some point, I don't know where you were, but you write in responding to another tweet.
Yes.
You can't help it. It's called a tweet.
Truth. And it's set off.
New Mexico has been calling it 10 this whole time.
Yeah, it's a Roman numeral. Yeah. Do you remember when WWE was trying to push this social media platform called Tout? Yeah. They were like, fuck it, we're just going to make our own social media platform that we own and control. And they tried so hard and it did not go anywhere. They're like, let us teach you how to send a tout. I wonder if it still exists.
Wasn't it like a video-based social media where you just did short messages?
It was almost like Vine in a way.
Yeah.
A firestorm of criticism all the way to the White House.
Right.
And then you make this trip to Israel. You have advertisers who've left the platform. People calling.
Well, the trip to Israel is independent of it wasn't some like apology tour. I want to be clear. That was.
Well, let's talk about that. So just take us back to the moment at which you write that.
Trip to Israel is independent of. It wasn't like in response to that at all.
Well, we'll do Israel in just a moment.
And I have no problem being.
Looks like Tout went under in 2019.
Hated, by the way.
Rip.
I hear you.
Hate away.
Well, but you know what? Let's go straight to that then for a second.
Sure.
Because there is an idea, and you could say that.
I think it's a real weakness to want to be liked. A real weakness. I do not have that.
All right.
Elon Musk does not have the weakness of wanting to be liked. Yet, he very much banned people who disliked him on Twitter.
He did do that. There was the whole.
He seems to say he doesn't have that, yet there has been moments in time.
Eliza Blue.
He has dealt with people.
Remember the whole Eliza Blue thing?
Eliza Blue with his buddy pal.
Yep.
He let her just because he liked her. She liked him. He let her get away with murder.
Let's check out the world of the Cobra. Here we go. Fucking Drake Dragsaw last night bet $200 that Oregon would beat Washington. How'd that work out for you, Drake?
Congratulations, Drake.
You lost $200. All right. Here's this is a new one from Boglum Reacts right here. These are very well edited King Cobra videos.
What is up, fellow YouTubers?
Wow, this is going back in time here.
Somebody made a video, a YouTuber who
oh shit.
Is this the video?
In this vlog, I'll be talking about the Gothic King Cobra. You guys know that Ham Pow and the Gothic King Cobra are kind of related. Yes, we are kind of related, but we have some of our differences.
Okay, Ham Pow, you made a video.
Like, how can this guy forget me?
Like, dude, I didn't forget you on purpose, alright? It wasn't intentional, first of all. And second of all, we're not related. We're not.
We're not alive either.
And don't think I did that intentionally just to dish you, dog.
Look how much better his teeth look here.
All of that aside, and you know, because you have supported me.
I wonder when he just fully stopped brushing.
A lot in the past. I want to subscribe to your channel. Okay. Okay, so let's go to this one.
A huge shout out to Bite Size Cobra vids. Man, I love
He hates Bite Size Cobra.
In this video I'm gonna do is Bite Size Cobra vids, Gothic King Cobra.
Wow, there's a CRT TV with like a VCR on top of it. Look,
there's a whole lot of other shit
hoarding.
Right there too.
Looks like some hoarding going on here.
And Gothic D Ham Pow response. Let me get started with that. I try to be nice to little glow word. He acts like He doesn't even.
This video, someone said, how old is this video? Well, Cobra's only 32 now, so this video can't be older than 10 years, which I think it's only like 5 or 6 years old. And we've been using flat screen TVs and not even DVD players, let alone VCRs. Those haven't been used for like 20 plus years.
Did he get in his new place pre-COVID?
I think so. Yes, I believe so, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember when exactly it happened.
Know who I am.
First of all, I didn't act like it intentionally, bud. Like I said, I meet a lot of people on YouTube. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of everybody, and it's only going to get worse the more famous I get.
I like how he's genuinely reacting to this, trying to like plead his case when this guy's just trolling him.
More subscribers I get.
Post-COVID. He moved post-COVID.
By the way, if you like the response videos, subscribe to the channel for more. Greatly appreciated.
I remember when he got the call because they called his dad to tell him like he was getting kicked out. And then you could hear he was live streaming when the call came in, and you could hear his dad yelling at him. It was
Bob React says that this video is 4 years old.
Okay, so not that old.
Are you serious, bro? Are you serious? Are you that serious? Oh my goodness, he acts like he doesn't know who I am. Dude, I'm Ham Pow. And you wrote a song about me and my brother. Get the fuck out of here.
Here.
Bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
And the other thing is hiding behind that autism wall.
Okay, no.
Huh? No.
My autism.
Oh, you just hide behind.
Leave me alone. I'm autistic.
No, the fuck I don't, dude. Come on.
Well, guess
what?
what?
Why would you hide behind autism when you could use autism as a fence and yell from the other side so people can't get back at you? I'm autistic. Leave me alone, dickhead.
Yep.
Dude.
What?
Let me tell you something. Yes, you do hide behind that autism wall.
No, I don't, dude. I do not hide behind my autism. I accept it for what it is, okay?
Because
I mean, like all the time, he's like, "Oh, you trolls don't have anything better to do than bully an autistic man." So he does. It's funny, but I we're not.
Every
surprised.
troll video somebody sends to you, or something you get trolled, he said, "Really, bro? You picking on a guy with autism."
That's the truth, though. That's not hiding behind autism, bro. That's
the truth is not hiding, bro.
You picking on this. You picking on this. Picking on the autistic kid. Picking on the autistic kid. Bro, I have that same shit too.
Cool. Join the club. Awesome.
But I get high off of it.
Oh, we got a $33 Patreon. Oh, it's spec. They lowered their pledge. That's what they
know.
Yeah, you get.
So it's not a new one.
Whatever.
And I only mentioned
if you
want to
pick on people with autism, just do it. But don't complain when they tell you you're picking on somebody with autism. Say, "Yeah, I know. That's why I'm picking on you, Autie."
Autism.
About my disabilities. Y'all fans know about my disabilities because I did one video about it. I don't go hide behind the autism wall. Well,
neither do I, dude.
Well, I better stop myself.
You look like an autism wall to me.
You ought to have tism.
I better hold myself because autistic people don't understand.
Yeah, you're right. They don't understand. And you clearly don't understand what I go through.
Do we know what this sore on Josh's face is from?
I don't know. It almost looks like he was trying to like carve a swastika into his forehead like Charles Manson or something.
I don't know. Like maybe he got hit with a board or something across the forehead. People are saying it's herpes.
By the way, last night I saw a commercial with Ozzy in it, and it was really funny. It was him. I can't remember what the product was, but it was like, "We're tired of people calling themselves rock stars when they're not actual rock stars." And it had Ozzy and it had Paul Stanley from Kiss in it. A bunch of like rock stars. They're like, "Don't refer to yourself as a rock star. You're not." I don't know.
That's not That's not very accepting of them.
Subscribers than you do, bro. I have more subscribers than you do. I am way more famous on YouTube than you ever are at this particular moment. Okay? So you have no idea what it's like.
You know? My bad. My mistake. You started this.
I started this? I started this? I didn't do a fucking thing, dude.
Try to stand up for Gothic King Cobra, and he acts like who is Ham Pow? This guy. This motherfucking guy.
And you know what? Thank you. Thank you for standing up for me, Ham Pow. I greatly appreciate it. You know, it's nice to have support.
Really, bruh? Really gonna throw me under the bus? You gonna chew me up like tobacco? Get the out of here, man. I'm done.
Look at this guy.
First of all, I'm done helping your ass.
I didn't ask for it, bro. But thanks for helping me anyway.
I unsubscribed to your channel. Oops.
Oh, you unsubscribed from my channel? Well, guess what? I'm gonna do the same. Unsubscribe.
Oh shit.
Was he subscribed?
Dude, really? You think you got fans? You got fans.
Oh, I know I got cigars. I know I have cigars. Okay, if I didn't have cigars, they wouldn't send me free cigars.
What? Heyo. His fans sent him cigars.
I know I've got cigars. Fans. If I didn't have cigars, they wouldn't send me cigars.
Besides,
his fans sent him cigars. That's how he knows he has fans.
People. You really spat in my face.
I didn't mean to spit in your face, dude.
So you better listen to me on this one. Nobody gives a shit about your autism.
Yeah, just like nobody gives a shit about your autism neither, bud.
Second of all,
shit. Bud? He's budding him. He's budding him.
For me?
That's just like your opinion on autism, bud.
You did a number on me.
Huh?
Acting like
you did.
Who is Hamilton, this guy. Okay.
Jesus Christ. I forget who this guy is, and he acts...
My mom texted and suggested that's a wand accident scarring like Harry Potter.
Oh, yep.
Good call, Mom.
It's like I just f***ed his mother right in front of him. Like, that's how he's acting. It's ridiculous,
Cobes,
dude.
leave my mom out of this.
From a guy that tried to stand up for you, dude.
How could you do that?
Don't feel sorry for yourself.
I don't feel sorry for myself, bud. I feel sorry for people like you who accuse me of hiding behind my autism.
Because I know damn sure I don't feel sorry for myself.
I can't stop looking at that wand accident scar now.
Well, good. I'm glad.
You know? Because I try to do a nice thing. Yeah, like you doing a nice thing to the Gothic D. Probably that's why she's doing what she's doing.
Gothic D was someone who was like trolled into talking shit about King Cobra, and then they sent her videos over to King Cobra and they like manufactured drama between them. I watched a whole video documentary on it because I wasn't watching Cobra then when that shit happened.
You know, I have a better understanding.
Cob's got that Gothic D.
This guy.
You don't know about what happened with Gothic D, dude. I gave her a shout out because she gave me one and some troll decided to harass her, and it made her think it was one of my fans.
And she was like, he's not. She's like European. She's like, he's not goth.
Wasn't. And it was just a complete part of a mess.
This gal. This, on this. You, all I gotta say about this, dude, you gotta clean your act up.
I don't gotta do shit, dude. You're not my parents. I don't gotta do shit. I don't have to do shit that you tell me, alright? You tell me to clean up my act? You, dude. You.
Because, dude, you keep on hiding behind this wall.
I don't hide behind shit, dude.
And you keep on, like, blowing people away from
you.
You're running out of chances. And the trolls, they got your ass, you know, because...
Wow. Okay, so if the trolls got my ass, would I still be on social media making videos? No, the f*** I wouldn't. If the trolls really got me, do you think I'd stop videos?
Yeah, if the trolls got to me, I'd stop dressing goth. If the trolls got to me, I'd stop playing guitar. If the trolls got to me, I'd give up on dating chicks and be asexual.
You kind of did.
Shit.
If the trolls got to me, I'd stop making videos. If the trolls got to me, I'd stop dressing goth if the trolls got to me.
I would have fucking myself a long time ago. Fuck off with this bullshit, man. You don't even know me.
I get trolls myself.
Do you? So maybe you kind of understand how the feels to be picked on for having autism, to be picked on for being different. And that's exactly why they're picking on you, dude. They're picking on you for the same reason they pick on me, because as you claim, we both have autism.
You know?
Cobra's got a better comic book than Eric July.
But guess what I do? I turn around and the joke's on you. Joke's on you.
How do you think I feel, dude? I do the exact same. Okay, joke's on you, I'm still goth. Joke's on you, I'm still getting more subscribers. Joke's on you, I'm still making videos.
You know, I have fun. I have fun because...
So do I, dude. I have fun with the trolls too, dude. Come on.
I am entertained. You know, you don't like some of the that I do? Bye-bye.
What's with this guy? Trying to come up with a tough guy accent. Come on, man.
Thank you. Thank you for even watching.
You're welcome.
I think it was a speech impediment.
I need to appreciate the people that really
I don't think it was an
care
accent.
for me. Not these fake-ass phonies. But I'm still love Jesus. I still love God.
Oh my god, dude. F your sky god.
But these people, churches these days, like Chi Alpha, it's for the top-notch people to worship Jesus. And they spent most of their time judging others.
Okay, I'm not going to watch the rest of this because it looks like he's doing what I like to do sometimes when I'm in a video. I'll talk about one thing and then I'll veer off topic on something else. Alrighty, tubes. This is
he's doing what I do sometimes.
Thanks for watching my response video. I'll catch you later, YouTube.
Catch you later.
You hit that like button.
Check out Boglum Reacts. Great channel. Great edits.
Another quality video from Boglum Reacts.
Candy and Monster Energy Mead is his new concoction.
Dude, does he take any fucking downtime?
No. Who, Boglum Chronicles?
No, Cobra with this mead production. He just keeps making more and more of this shit.
Well, he had to abort the last one because he put dairy in it. And it was just going to turn into, like, nasty curdled milk.
You could see the fucking fruit sitting at the bottom of that.
He should stop putting fruit in it.
It's a winemaker.
He should just get, like, bottles of fruit juice and do that. Like, preservative-free fruit juice. Do it that way.
Video. 2 cups.
The honey, dude, he does like a literal. We already saw these bottles of honey are like $15 each. Okay.
I wonder if he's got food stamps.
He uses a whole fucking bottle of honey every time he makes one of these things. It's completely unnecessary.
You think he's doing the food stamp bootlegger fucking buffet?
I have no idea. He's got Tropicana strawberry peach.
Of pure
because you can't buy actual alcohol with food stamps.
No.
So if he's attempting to turn his food stamps into alcohol, this actually is noble.
I know he makes a decent amount in donos. He just can't stop his spending. If he makes enough, because he has to file taxes every year. So I don't know. It depends on how much he makes, whether or not he'll get food stamps, right? If he makes above a certain amount, he can't get food stamps. I know he's on I think he's probably on Social Security, but that's because he's disabled, technically.
Yeah.
So.
Granulated sugar. You don't want to try to make mead with the eggnog because if you want to ferment your wine.
I needed to buy some milk today. And I usually go to QFC which for those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically Kroger. So I ended up going to Safeway instead because it was closer to where I was at the time, and they have Lucerne milk there. So I got me some of that Lucraine milk. Lucraine.
That would be great.
The Lucraine dairy is in Bellevue, actually.
It'd be great if Cobra reported operating at a loss every year on his taxes because he spends it all on shit to make dumb videos with. Had to do DoorDash for the video.
Out of the fridge. So unless you can find a wine-making yeast that ferments in colder temperatures, you might be able to make it work. But they don't have one as far as I know.
He uses so much sugar, and honey is mostly sugar, and that Tropicana strawberry peach juice is probably like 10% real juice, and the rest is like artificial flavoring and high fructose corn syrup. So it's just like so much sugar. It's like it doesn't need that much.
We had that competitive mead maker in the chat last was it last episode?
Yeah.
One of these recent episodes, and he was actually like showing the points where King Cobra was doing well throughout his mead making. Obviously that all went out of the window when he refrigerated it and put lactose and shit in it. He was like, oh, this is not going to work. This is terrible. But the Cobra was hitting some things that were possible to make alcohol. He was like, yeah, that yeast should eat through all the problems he would make. It's self-correcting yeast. Like that was some benefits. I'm wondering if Cobes is ever going to actually get fucking wasted on his mead.
I don't know. The yeast he's using is pretty high yield stuff, but there are a lot of other factors that he's also impatient. Like he'll sip on it when it's definitely not done. So
yeah.
We got a jar.
Killer on Road says Billy giving tax dodging and food stamps into alcohol advice. This dude, poor people's. Do you not know? I grew up in a crack house, dude. We used to trade our food stamps to Fat Stephanie's mom for drug money. And Fat Stephanie's mom would feed Fat Stephanie tons of groceries while we went out and bought drugs. Don't you know I grew up in the hood, dude?
Cups of pure granulated sugar, cane sugar, of course.
What he's going to do is all this shit is going to settle in the bottom, and there will be actually like a layer of dry sugar still at the bottom. And then he'll overfill it and then add more shit to it. And then he'll have to it'll either overflow or he'll have to stick his dirty hand in to try and stir the bottom.
Are there any probiotics in mead?
I have no idea.
Would the yeast make it alive?
Yeast is alive.
US of A honey.
Alive?
Now the ingredients we're going to be using are going to be consisting of Tropicana Strawberry Peach Paradise.
Tropicana Strawberry Peach. Let's see. If he is using cash to buy this shit, he should just buy alcohol. Because he's spending too much money to make this shit, and it without a doubt lacks in quality and could be dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only way this is moderately worthwhile is if he's buying this all with food stamps.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
Yes.
And I'm totally pro I'm pro prohibition. I'm pro getting fucking food stamp money and turning it into fucking hooch. I think that's an awesome idea. And I want to start a fucking a moonshine company that runs off of homeless people food stamps and let them all be part owners when they bring me the stuff to make the hooch out of. I think that's a great idea. Pro fruit stamps scams. Yes.
The second biggest ingredient in this juice is sugar. So first, obviously, is water, then sugar, strawberry puree concentrate, grape juice concentrate, apple juice concentrate, peach puree concentrate, orange juice concentrate, natural flavors, citric acid, fruit and vegetable juice for color, and then there's preservatives. There's malic acid and ascorbic acid.
Ascorbic?
Yeah, I get and vitamin C.
Monster Energy Nitro Cosmic Peach.
Is that like ascorbic acid?
Among other things.
I'm the CEO of Homeless Hooch.
Here comes the whole fucking bottle of honey. $15. of honey.
We're going to stir it around.
I think we've said this before, but I wonder what the caloric value of this is. 20,000 calories.
A couple of fans are like, you can't.
Mostly carbs from all the sugar.
Expect us to ferment into an eggnog mead. Like, why not? They're like, well, because the meat will die in the fridge. You want to do that when you're serving it. And I'm like, yeah, that's a fair point.
Huh? Wow. So he actually listened to criticism. So that's good.
So we'll try this again. That food addict still uploading.
I'm going to start Homeless Hooch. I'm going to get the homeless people to buy all the ingredients for their food stamps. Then I'm going to get them to sell the hooch back to the other homeless people and give me $1 per bottle. We're going to get rich.
Peach. This will add some caffeine and peach to it. Maybe some caffeine to it, who knows?
Yeah, that's what I want in my mead. Caffeine. That's awesome.
Like add some liquid to it. I'm going to stir that around.
With a fork?
Now we stir it around right now.
Okay, he learned from the last time. He's stirring it. He should get like a long spoon or something.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this. Like, if you watch the beginning of him trying to do this, it was so much worse. He does learn every time. Oh, it was so much worse. He learned
the eggnog shit was a new low, in my opinion.
He didn't realize that the lactose was stupid and refrigerating it was stupid. Those were mistakes that he learned and corrected from. But the operation of all this has improved time and again. There might be a point where his mead is as good as his wand.
It's all over the damn counter. And I'll get my hands in the wine, you know, kind of thing.
You did that last time.
I've already washed everything.
Look at this brilliant King Cobra.
It always looks like diarrhea.
This new crazy.
See that layer of dry sugar?
Yeah. The trolls might actually be helping him learn how to perfect this, because he got the piss taken out of him for the last batch. And he is learning. This is good job, Cobra.
I wouldn't encourage this. I would encourage him to stop doing this.
Flavor of wine, that's all stirred up.
Never let your haters dictate your next move.
He does that all the time.
1 whole can of Cosmic Peach.
He literally sits there and responds to troll text messages all day. And they send him dumb shit through DoorDash to trigger him, and it's worked. They dictate his moves all the time. They go, better not go live, boy. And he's like, I can go live when I want. And then he streams. All they have to do is say something, and they know how to easily get him to do what they want.
Turn that around.
Better not keep perfecting that mead, boy.
The honey's dissolved. Now, before we add the other stuff, we're going to add some
Still
other
got
things
some
to
sugar
it.
Down there, Cobes.
Like some of these.
What the fuck are these?
Peach rings, Smart Sweets, 3 grams of
no,
sugar.
those are the keto fucking peach rings.
Peach rings because we can.
They have low sugar in them.
Just dump it in there, all of it.
They're made for keto.
Add some Sour Punch strawberry straws.
Man, we've been stuck at 81 for a little while. If anyone wants to chuck a couple bucks our way, please do so. We have 2 new alerts too. At all the 20 at 22 and 52. We have 2 new alerts. So if anyone wants to trigger one of those, that would be amazing.
Better not make an 8,000 calorie non-alcoholic drink combo, boy.
This entire container, yeah, we're gonna add the whole fucking thing in there.
Why? More sugar. And this is weird solid shit that just shouldn't be added to an alcoholic beverage.
People will put Skittles and stuff in vodka to flavor it. But
these are not Skittles. Skittles will melt.
So we're also going to add one more thing, some Sour Patch strawberry candies.
Yeah, more stuff to turn moldy.
They're strawberries. You think these are going to mold?
They could. I don't know.
There's a lot of preservatives in this shit. It's gonna be goo. Yeah, I think that'll probably be what happens. It'll probably all break down.
It's just more sugar.
I don't know, though. Fuck, that was violent.
Cut it open. And they're not wrapped individually, beautiful. Just pour those in there.
He's gonna pour the whole bag in, isn't he?
I hope he eats a couple.
He doesn't know how to portion things. Like it's that much sugar is unnecessary. And he should put the liquid in first and then put the sugar in. The sugar like traps itself and stays dry on the bottom. That wouldn't happen if he poured the sugar in after the liquid.
Tropicana, strawberry peach.
Seth Looks says peach is one of his top 5 least favorite flavors. What?
Cobra loves peach. He was drinking that natural light peach for a while. And E&J peach.
That natty light peach. This Tropicana is strawberry peach. So he's putting together the strawberry fucking Sour Patch Kids, the strawberry fucking licorice Twizzlers, the peach rings, the strawberry peach drink. He's getting pretty on brand for these combos.
Like the dairy does, so we'll be able to ferment this into something more wine tasting, hopefully.
Yeah, people are adding up how much this is costing so far.
Yes, it's ridiculous. He could buy so much real booze with this.
It's probably around $50 to not get drunk.
It's like his pizzas, but he actually gets to eat something then, and it's like actually effective. It's not cost effective, but
and
he needs to put some lithium in this.
Strawberry peach here. Strawberry peach.
Look at that Aussie shit.
Homemade.
Wet ass mead. Wham bam, thank you, man.
Stir it around.
I remember he poured the sugar into the one, and the yeast bubbled up and like overflowed everywhere.
Now we're gonna add
strawberry in the pot for that wet ass
wine
mead.
making yeast 1118, some nutrients.
Nutrient? Yeast nutrient.
That's not quite full enough.
God, the shit at the bottom looks so bad.
Spoon.
He should just pour the dry shit in after, like the dry ingredients should go in after the liquid.
You know what we should get him? We should get him a cauldron, and then he can pour the cauldron into the fucking jar.
Strawberry.
My man needs a cauldron.
Peach wine. See how the
My man needs a cauldron and a lab coat.
We'll let this all for about 10 days. Before we add our yeast, we're going to add 1 cup of yeast nutrient. And by cup, I mean, of course, the capful. Now to add the yeast. So to complete it, we're going to add an entire packet of EC 1118 wine-making yeast. Dump the whole goddamn packet in there. Oh, what the fuck are we making? Some 18% alcohol by volume, Jay. That's what's up. Check that out. We'll stir that around. All that candy gonna dissolve into that wine, give it a little bit of flavor, and extra sugar that'll convert it all into alcohol.
He should just make a stirring wand that he could use to stir.
Now, after about 10 days, we're gonna filter that into the clean jar over here. So it's just the liquid. You saw my
yeah, stirring wand was recommended last episode, and that's the best idea.
Look at Sturgis. He likes to wear shirts that are too tight for him.
Necrostatic.
Mead update, you know what's up? Discovered that you cannot make a mead with eggnog. Well, that sounds like a very tasty concept. In theory, you'd have to find a yeast that ferments and survives in colder temperatures.
I watched the video. Like, I remember I just like randomly on my phone saw that Cobra had a new video, and I was watching him make the eggnog stuff, and when he was like chocolate milk, I'm like I like audibly was like no. Seriously, I was just like, why? How?
Eggnog doesn't spoil, and it's just a lot of science and math and meh.
What?
So,
math?
let's just read you a different
He's doing some math.
recipe for
He's
the
mathing
fans.
around.
I got a little bit of that Jack
Crystal
Daniels
math.
combo I'm sipping on earlier left. I'm like, I want to pour me a drink. I want to make me some drink. You feel me on that?
He's got some Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels.
YouTube, that's
Daniels.
good. That's good drink combo. Yes, sir. I figured,
That's
well,
that
if we
good
cannot
good.
make a mead out of eggnog, then we're gonna have to change our tune just a little bit.
Gonna go
YouTube.
pee.
All right, pee.
Now, making alcohol can be a fun way to spend your evenings and your days. All that candy that we put in the bottom of it, hopefully that'll fucking dissolve with our yeast, and we'll get some like wild, crazy strawberry, peach, just some crazy random flavor. Another Franken mead for the books. Franken mead. Yes, sir. I think that'll do just nicely. Now this I don't have to keep in the fridge because it ain't got no damn dairy in it.
No, you
You know what I'm
can't.
saying?
Yeah. If something has to be put in the fridge, then you can't make alcohol out of it.
It'll let it sit here and stankify for 10 days. Then we're going to filter it after the 10th day.
On the 10th day, he was
In
filtered.
the fermenting space where it'll do its thing.
He's got A&W cream soda and root beer. He's got a pack of Top Ramen that I don't think I've ever seen move. He's got bags of Doritos for his
Not sure how that's
Dorito
gonna
crusted
turn out,
cooking
YouTube,
videos.
But we'll give that about 10 days to ferment. And we'll see how it turns out.
There you have it. I actually have a little more here. Please like the stream if you haven't already, and we're getting closer to our goal. We're at 84%, very close. We started this episode at pretty, like 10, 14% less than we are now. So, yeah, if you're out there and you want to help by starting a tip train or continuing the tip train, just use the link right there.
What up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra. We got another food hack. Stuffed crust, crazy crust from Little Squeezers. Regular sauce, extra cheese, old world pepperonis, bacon, and for extra toppings, we did bacon and beef, jalapenos and onions. And for the bake option, I did a regular bake and, of course, a regular standard cut. With that, we got some crazy bread. I let it cool off on account of all that cheese. Trying to pick up hot, fresh cheese, all that pizza just slides right off, makes a huge mess. So we may not get cheese pull, but that's alright. We're still getting a food hack. Because we all know how it is. Eat a couple slices, save a couple for later. You got cold pizza for later. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. But you already know what's up. Cobra don't play around with his fucking food hacks. Let me snack on this drink combo real quick. If you saw the last drink combo, you know what's up. But create your own crazy bread stuffed crust pizza. Yes, sir, I'll do
Do
that.
not try at home.
Huh?
This is performed by a trained regard.
A trained regard? He's untrainable. We got a Little Caesars pizza.
First time opening it. I let it cool off for a couple hours because of all the cheese that's on there. You know what I'm saying? You got to pull a slice, it'll just fall apart, and you don't want that. You know, I'll pick up a slice and just. So we're gonna sacrifice
Little Caesars, a lot, like, it's not really that good, but damn, like, when you're fasting like me, I would totally eat a Little Caesars right now.
Having extra cheese. Extra cheese is always better. The little squeezers, when your wallet's tight, man, you're squeezing a couple of bucks. People are always dogging Little Caesars for the way they taste, but I think they taste good. Then that's just my opinion. Yeah, I have a sip of this real quick. I ordered this pizza like several hours ago, and it's definitely a little bit cold, but I digress. All that cheese on there will stay in place now. You know, you want a slice. I could have eaten this sooner. It's definitely cooled off to the cold point, but I'm not complaining. I ordered a custom-made pizza for a food hack for YouTube. Then I realized I'm not hungry. And I didn't want to just attack it as soon as I got it, because all that hot cheese would just slide off the crust. So we let the pizza settle. Now it's a little bit cold, but I don't honestly give a damn. A lot of YouTubers who've been reviewing this pizza are going, it's undercooked, blah, blah, blah. So when I ordered it, I made sure they cooked it regular and gave me a standard cut. The only thing I made custom were the toppings. This crazy bread. Stuffed crust pizza.
I do like crazy bread.
They getting the Cobra seal of approval. This food hack is slapping, dude.
Slapping food hack.
Let it cool off for several hours, and the pizza's gone slightly cold, but I don't care. There's a reason why you don't dig into it when you add extra cheese. Let it cool off for a bit. Let it solidify. So when you pick up that pizza slice, the cheese on top of it just sliding off the crust. That's real, dude. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. This right here is a snack, YouTube. This right here is, oh, this is delicious. Stuffed crust crazy bread pizza. I'm gonna attack some of that. We're gonna attack that damn crazy bread after I finish this slice of pizza. Give me 1 second. Even though it's cold and right when I got it, I didn't immediately tuck into it.
Damn, Billy must be taking a big fat dump right now. What do you think?
Not a sponsor, Tubes.
Because I've had that experience, like I said, with pizza before, and when I order extra cheese, and I tuck into it when it's fresh, all the cheese just slides off the crust, and it makes a huge mess. But you tuck into it when it's cooled off a bit, and the cheese will solidify to your slice. So you're going to sacrifice cheese pull for functionality. But is it worth it for the extra cheese? You bet your sweet Asperger's it is. It's just too delicious for words. I took a Little Caesars pizza. When it said create your own crazy bread stuffed crust, I'm like, let's go. YouTube, this is right up my alley. And a lot of people dog on Little Caesars. They're like, oh, it's so cheap. And it's like, fuck you, man. Like, okay, this cheese pull ain't gonna happen. You don't give a shit. Look, it's Little Caesars, dude. Oh, fuck. I haven't been in the mood to eat, to be honest. With everything that's depressing me this time of year. Oh, fuck. Shit. Excuse me. I'm sipping on my Jack Daniels drink combination, doing this food review for you cool Cobras. I might check out my new drink combo. It's Jack with root beer and cream soda. It's delicious.
Jack with root beer and cream soda. Huh. root beer and cream soda.
It's delicious.
And me, I'm just an innocent pizza consumer. I love pizza. It's my favorite food next to cheeseburgers. And even though I'm a little bit tipsy and a little bit off my ass, like, this definitely satisfies those cravings. Excuse me,
Billy
I
fell on
farted
the
again.
toilet.
He just shit himself a little bit after satisfying his cravings. Yeah, I did, Drunken Mechanic Raymond.
God damn it. I got some of that whiskey left, and I got some of that crazy bread left. I wanted to put this sexy pizza up. YouTube, don't try to make mead with eggnog. If you can find a yeast that can survive fermenting at fridge temperature, go for it. But for the most part, you shouldn't do it. That's why I scrapped that idea immediately. Your generous donation helps. Buying a t-shirt, buying the tactical soap, buying my music, you know what's up. Buying a wand.
Buy a wand.
King got you, man.
So, like, can you buy them in advance? I don't know. Or does he make them first, then put them for sale?
Subjects good.
He should try taking pre-orders. The Chris Chan is taking these pre-orders, and Chris Chan has at least one other person helping them make their medallions and all that stuff. I mean, I have to wonder how much money Chris Chan's raking in these days.
All of it.
They're selling rocks from their mom's house. Chris Chan won't say where they are, but it's definitely confirmed that Chris Chan does not live at the old place with Barb anymore.
Yeah, even if he is getting his mom's rocks off.
Like, okay, what the fuck is Cobra eating? He's having this custom-made little squeezers pizza. Oh, I got
little squeezers?
And it's like, yeah, I'll show you what I fucking ordered. I'll show you what the fuck I ordered.
Let me show you.
Oh my god, dude, I could fucking... Okay, this is getting a 10 out of 10. And they go, what do you put
a
on
10
your
out of
pizza,
10
Mr.
Little
Special
Caesars.
Guy?
Do those
And
two
I'm
things
like, you know
go
what?
together?
I like anchovies and bacon. Those are my top two favorite pizza toppings. People are going to look at me like...
Anchovies and bacon?
I like anchovies, but I don't mind fishy tasting things. Like, they're very salty. Like, you definitely, like, if you're on a low sodium diet, you definitely can't eat anchovies, even if you like them. But yeah, I don't like them all the time, but I'll eat them. Like, I like salty shit a lot, so it's pretty good for me. I like fishy tasting things, and I like salty things, so they go pretty good.
Disgusting. The fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. You're not eating this Little Caesars, dude. I'm telling you what right now. You don't even know. YouTube.
I prefer pepperoni, and I like the pepperoni that gets really crispy and like curls up and gets like a little puddle of grease in it. I like that pizza topping a lot. I like banana peppers on a pizza too.
Pull one of these little scrawny
Bacon
bastards
sometimes
out.
too.
Look at that bread. It's so crazy. Moist Sack loves tuna pizza with onions.
I like onions on pizza. No, I don't know about tuna.
The sticks to cool down. Crazy bread.
Green. When I lived in New Mexico, even from like Pizza Hut and Little Caesars and Domino's, you could get green chili pizza. So I got used to having Hatch green chilies on top of pizza, but I haven't had it in forever.
New Mexico?
Yes, they put it on everything there.
A crazy train bread. Huh. The Little Caesars is not a sponsor, but
Jiggerath is suggesting you try pizza
right
with tuna
now they
and
get
corn.
the Cobra seal of approval. Little Caesars will satisfy your pizza craving for how cheap it is, and you want to dog on their taste, so then don't eat it.
Yeah, give it all to Cobra. He'll eat it all.
He's shaking it.
Damn, these are cold.
It's great when something's so delicious you turn into Ray Charles.
Yeah, and Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder. So it's like if you're blind and you play piano, you have to like do this with your head. all the
Maybe
time.
they were all eating Little Caesars. We didn't notice.
He's order several hours ago, and I wasn't feeling hungry. In my experience, when you order pizza with extra cheese and try to pick that bitch out when it's fresh, it slides off your crust, B. And it just ruins the pizza experience.
It slides off your crust, B.
Oh, you're the last little boo thing, aren't you? Get over here.
Pinky's out, Cobes.
My back
You're a classy man.
Until they got this cold to eat, but I don't give a damn. But to me, it tastes good. It's food. You know what I'm saying?
That's just your opinion, bud.
From Little Squeezers. This ain't no goddamn mukbang. It's just a simple fast food review. Which I'm still going to enjoy the occasional drink, where I think drinking less.
The occasional drink. He's cutting back.
When I got thrown into the drunk tank for being an asshole, I didn't like who I became.
It's been almost a year.
And I've done a lot of personal growth since then and bettered myself as a person and reflected upon my actions.
He is in therapy. I'm guessing the therapy was a result of that. I'm guessing that's why he got into therapy.
So I'm like, you know what? If I get blackout drunk this holiday season, don't take it out on my family.
Well, when you're blacked out, you have trouble controlling that kind of. It's when you're blacked out, you don't remember this oath that you made to yourself. So I don't know. It's better to just try not to get blackout drunk.
If I choose not to get blackout drunk,
you should choose not to. You can be really, really, really drunk and not be blackout.
Then don't take hardly any alcohol, if not anything, when it's offered to you. You know, the ball is in my court, you two. I'm super bummed about Puff. All I can do is keep my hopes up. I'm not going to replace him until I know for sure.
Don't replace him.
I'm not going to replace him until I know for sure that he's dead. And then even then, it'll take at least a minimum of a year before I'm even ready to.
No.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so devastated by losing him. I've been a bit devastated because of everything going on in my life, but it could be worse. This is why I like Little Caesars. They're cheap and they taste good.
Back in the day, Little Caesars, it was always buy one, get one free. That's where the pizza slogan came from.
I'm like sitting here starving yourself to death because you're depressed about Puff isn't going to make the situation any better.
You're not
true. You gotta order some.
Gotta
order some Caesars.
Say, keep going, Josh.
Puff wants
People
you to eat
keep
that Little Caesars.
Saying a bunch of messed up shit about Puff, and I'm like, we don't know for sure, dude. I'm trying to keep as calm as I can about the situation, but it's driving me up the fucking wall. So while I'm looking for Puff and keeping an eye out, I try my best. See, to me, I have a formula. The formula is, okay, so Little Caesars released a crazy bread stuffed crust pizza. It's a take on their classic stuffed crust, similar to their pretzel crust. We should food hack it. So I want to keep an ear and an eye out, you know. That's all I can do. I love reptiles, and Puff is just the handsomest lizard. Get him his favorite treats, hard-boiled eggs. Oh yeah, bearded dragons can have hard-boiled eggs, but only on occasion.
Kind of like the occasional hit of weed, right?
That's one of the fondest memories I have with Puff is eating a hard-boiled egg with him. People keep saying all this horrible crap about Puff.
No, they're saying it about you.
I'm like, we don't know for sure, dude. All my trolls are assuming the worst.
As they would.
And I'm assuming the best. Like, Puff will
you
fucking
should.
turn up when you least expect it. Because when you're getting a hard on and your arteries are clogging at the same damn time, you're like, oh. You're watching the food Cobra eats, and it makes you a little bit horny while it clogs your arteries. That's how you know
It makes
it's
you a little
good
bit
food.
horny?
Yep.
Like I'm watching Cobra eat the most disgustingly unhealthy McDonald's sandwich. And I'm disgusted and turned on at the same time. A lot of the people
All these
are
trolls
like,
know it.
you should get a cat, you should do da-da-da-da. And I'm like, I don't want another fucking pet, dude. I've been very vocal about this. If I lose Puff, it's going to take me a minimum of a year to the date of me finding out when I lost him to get over it. Very minimum a year. People are so quick to look at me like I'm a fucking piece of shit for making my own homemade hooch. And I'm like, you know what? Making my own homemade wine has actually helped with me cutting down on my drinking because I make some pretty good homemade wine. And it's like, part of me goes, look how long it takes to make. You know? So yeah, I can honestly say I've cut down on my drinking. You know, nobody's going to see that if they see me drinking on camera. They'll just look at me like I'm a stupid piece of shit.
People keep
And I'm
saying
like,
Cobra shouldn't have a living creature ever again, not even a houseplant. I think someone should send him orphans and turn his house into an orphanage.
That's the internet. What do you do? If people like what I'm posting, cool. If not, well, fuck them.
He's
all those unwanted children in Florida that can't become aborted. We'll start sending them to Cobra's house, and he'll become a father of 5.
My turn for bathroom break.
He'll make cool food hacks for the kids to eat. He'll nourish them with grog-style mead combos. Be delicious. Hey, yo. Boglum Reacts posted an unreleased Boglum Reacts video in the content section earlier. You have to remind us when Ben comes back. I'll tell him. He's got something living in his fridge that he's slowly killing. That's true. Matt Jarbo says Cobra Daddy. Wouldn't that be great? Shouldn't we throw young King Cobra a bunch of human children that nobody else wanted? Could be like Daddy Warbucks, Daddy Cobucks. I like it. They'll go mysteriously missing. Fuck. Oh. Ben should start doing weed combos. What's a weed combo? Isn't it just like sprinkling some pixie dust, angel dust on his weeds? I don't know what that is. Will Cobes replace Puff with you, Billy? I'm spoken for. I already have an owner. I'm a happy little pet, and I would never run away from my owner. Cobes will finally get his Jason? Ben likes the Seattle Kraken quite a bit. I don't follow them. Zap Rosedower chooses to believe Puff and JF are still at the Wendy's in the woods. Yes. Don't turn around, Zap Rosedower. Don't look back. Don't look behind you. Look at the flowers. Look at the flowers, Zap. Everything's gonna be okay. Mad Jarbo says, to be fair, Billy, that makes sense because the Seattle Kraken move pretty fast. I don't know if you're talking about me being slow, Matt. If that's the case, you're very mean, but luckily I'm too slow to understand. Little Caesars versus Subway? Little Caesars. Duh. Subway's nasty, dude. I'd rather eat on the New York City subway than go get a sandwich at Subway. I'm sure there's probably somebody on the New York City subway selling tamales or something that destroy Subway. Wow, Matt, you're making fun of the fact that I look like I had Down syndrome as a baby? Whatever, dude. I was cute as hell, man. I was cute as hell. Mean Matt Jarbo. Can't move the boulders that are my confidence. You know that, right? Even Sisyphus couldn't push my confidence up a hill. You know that, right? Just as a baby. I don't have Down syndrome, guys. I'm tall. Matt Jarbo actually has the physique of somebody with Down syndrome. He obviously doesn't have Down syndrome, but he has the physique of someone who has Down syndrome. I don't have that physique. I have like Hodor physique. I have that retarded being a hero physique, okay? The Shrek physique. I'm an ogre knight success story. Totally different.
All right.
And while you were gone, Boglum Reacts says he linked a unreleased Boglum Reacts video. Wherever that is.
Where did he post it? On his channel?
I don't know. It's unreleased. Let us know where it's posted. Matt Jarbo says I look like Kevin Smith pre-heart attack. You know you're winning. You're winning.
Didn't Kevin Smith have like a beard? And
in the content section, he says Matt Jarbo has a beard.
Oh, Matt Jarbo saying he looks like Kevin Smith?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Should get Matt Jarbo back on again. And also, we have the DP 10th anniversary special coming up on January 5th. I've already got a bunch of people lined up for it, but we'll have even more cool people on. So Matt Jarbo could come on that too if he's free.
It's going to be for people with juicy booties. It's in the content section. Boglum Reacts sent something to the content section. KingCobraJFS finds Puff.
Did he find Puff, or is this fake?
Well, that's what Boglum Reacts linked to. We'll have to watch it to see.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see here.
Matt Jarbo says my availability is Monday through Wednesday. Let's go.
Monday through Wednesday.
Let's go. Matt Jarbo, do you find Jenna Ortiz, the girl who plays Wednesday, to be a good actress?
All right, check.
That's Jenna Ortiz, right?
Here's the video.
There's my puffers. Puffy Bug gave me a heart attack. Oh shit, Cobra. Put down the camera and help your lizard. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. That's my boy.
Oh no. Oh no. Why is Puffer running away?
He's fine.
He's fine. Puffer's just jolted.
Let's check out some other stuff here.
Jenna Ortega? That makes more sense. He's fine.
Puff was running super hard.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
TP, they're gonna touch me.
Honestly, if Puff had the ability to run away like that, there's no way Cobes could keep him bound. Puff's
Doctor Who is back. David Tennant once again takes the role of the Time Lord, the Doctor, and nobody cared.
I love his performative outrage. It's so amusing.
And nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
I think some people were happy. Well, at least his script writing got better.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. Yes, the Doctor is back and it's David Tennant. Jodie Whittaker stepped away from the role, and arguably the most popular Doctor of all time has come in to do 3 60th anniversary specials until Ncuti Gatwa takes over in the new series coming next year. However, the first of the 3 specials has not gone down very well with the most important thing, audiences. And
the audience hates everything I don't like.
I can't for the life of me understand why.
Yes, the meep. I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
I know this is science fiction, but...
Pronouns!
I like that.
We're actually going to pretend that that's a good.
Are you he or she or they?
My chosen pronoun is the definite article. I am always the me.
As a wise
This is
man
great. How is he not enjoying this? This is hilarious.
Said, fucking pronouns! The return of Russell T. Davies as the showrunner of the series gave some fans a modicum of hope that things could change. However, Russell T. Davies decided to quash that pretty damn quickly with his own politics and also his stance on the timeless children, saying that it remains canon. But then came Davros.
And there's a problem.
Have you watched Doctor Who at any length? I've seen a couple episodes, but I've never really.
I watched everything from Eccleston to Matt Smith and like the first 2 episodes of Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, so you've actually put in some time watching it. Yeah, I haven't watched much
the
of
9th Doctor, the 10th Doctor, the 11th Doctor, and like the first episodes of the 12th Doctor.
Davros of old, in that he's a wheelchair user who is evil.
Right. So, also, it's not a wheelchair, it's a life support system, but don't worry about it.
I had problems with that, and a lot of us on the production team had the problems with that.
That sounds like a you problem, not a we problem.
Associated.
Well, it is a we problem if
with
he's in
evil.
charge
And
of it, you
trust me,
dumb shit.
There's a very long tradition of this.
There's also a very long history of depicting disabled people as heroic and powerful and strong and not allowed.
I mean, these are disabled people with either like superhuman abilities or like cybernetics.
There is a Spider-Man with a wheelchair-bound Spider-Man.
Their disability to define them and to overcome it.
Professor X had a wheelchair.
Yeah.
The hero that they know.
But he was like the world's most powerful telepathic person. Well, I guess technically Jean Grey is, right? But
it can be. But I guess
when she's Phoenix,
that didn't matter. It seemed Russell T. Davies had a very specific idea about how he wanted to portray disabled people.
Evening, boys.
How is this not hilarious? This is
My
hilarious.
And why didn't I think of that? Now kids can happily walk down the street thinking that somebody in a wheelchair is going to blow them up. That's sure to get rid of that stigma.
They can.
They made a Barry Bostwick FDR movie where he has like machine guns coming out of his wheelchair.
Yeah.
FDR American Badass. It came out in 2012. And he's got like machine guns coming out of his fucking wheelchair.
Fuck polio.
Yeah.
FDR got machine guns.
But don't worry, Doctor Who's a massive success. As we can see from this wonderful headline, Doctor Who's first 60th anniversary special is a TERF's worst nightmare. Because that doesn't scream of ideology above entertainment at all, does it? It must be a glitch in the system. I'm pretty sure that 60 years of history
Doctor Who has always had ideological fucking points in it. It's from the jump.
With the utmost of respect. Yeah, of course I'm talking absolute shite. They shat all
Honestly,
over the doc.
If you're a guy that likes male characters, you should hate Doctor Who because he solves everything like a fucking woman would. That's what made him a good character. You're like, oh shit, this guy doesn't want to fuck anything, and he just wants to fucking basically metaphorically breastfeed the world.
Did I miss Goose Juice's dono where they said did the one about your new wrestling gimmick? Did we miss that?
Probably, yeah.
Because I noticed that it went up, but I didn't see a thing. It says it's from Goose Juice for $6, and it says, Billy, whenever you get better and get back into wrestling, next gimmick for you to be is the tranny granny.
We don't use that word around here, dude.
That might have been why it was filtered.
Yeah, you can't type granny in on Streamlabs, dude. It'll filter it.
doctor.
Yes, we know. We know everything. Thanks. And you know nothing.
We know everything. You know nothing. That's a really good start with, you know, the star of your show for 60 fucking years.
It's a shame you're not a woman anymore.
Yeah, and how does that pan out?
It's a shame.
Doctor Who always gets the last word in, dumb shit.
You're not a woman anymore because, of course, having a vagina... No offense, love. Having a vagina just makes you incredibly correct all the time, it seems. No offense, mate.
We've got all that power, but there is a way to get rid of it. Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
Oh, shit.
No! Something a male
Did he just yell no at his own
Time
penis?
Lord will never understand. Yeah, by the way, I haven't edited this or doctored it in any way. This is actually what happened in the special. R.I.P. Doctor Who. By the way, is there any chance of you getting some fucking acting lessons? Jeez. Here's Memology 101.
Is there any chance? Because I can tell he's acting to a degree. You know what I mean? Like, he's not really this mad about this shit. He just knows his audience is mad about it. So he has to...
He doesn't get angry and gag on his own words?
Quoting one of the stunning and brave lines from the special. I was this really brilliant woman. Come on now, there's no need to lie. And now I've got this old face back again. The hate towards white males was overboard in this special. R.I.P. Doctor Who. But thankfully...
His audience is people like Sturges, who's mad about all this stuff because they're insecure about representation of other types of people. And then they pretend that's why they don't like certain types of media.
Whenever the Doctor regenerates, he always tries to figure out why he regenerated into who he regenerated into. There's always an overlying arc of why he's in this version with the people around him. This is classic Doctor Who. Whether you like it or not, the last one was a woman. He's going to say, I was this really brilliant woman, and now I've got this old face back again because he's never regenerated into a previous version of himself before. This is a new moment for him. They're just writing something very simple that you're taking to be some crazy woke agenda.
One of the new Doctor Who audience that the BBC are so desperate to hold on to responded to it by saying, I hate cis men. Y'all are the most tiring species in the world. Cis, of course, is a hideous slur. The word that you're looking for is normal. But as Memology says himself, this is the audience that you wanted.
I don't know. I think a lot of you cis men are not normal. You included, fucking thumb ward sicko.
Wonderful Doctor Who fan responds to the same comment by saying, I pray day and night for Doctor Who to introduce actual hate towards white males. Wow. This is a wonderful audience. It really, really is. Because you're no longer getting an audience based off entertainment. You're getting an audience based off your ideology. And therefore, it can be nothing but divisive.
Where did you get your fucking audience from? You're picking up crumbs of that ideology divisiveness and making a super division for you to make money off of complete anger.
100%.
All the stuff you do is anger-based fucking grifting.
What could possibly be the last remaining actual fans of the series? I'm only kidding. They left ages ago. But clearly I'm a white supreme.
Well, they did. I stopped watching ages ago. And I heard that the season with Peter Capaldi was actually pretty good and that Missy was one of the best bad guys in Doctor Who history. Missy being a woman version of the Master. But with all that being said, I did leave because David Tennant was my Doctor.
So let's head over to Rotten Tomatoes and see what they think of the episode.
Rotten Tomatoes
stands at a staggering 100% with every single solitary one of those 9 critics that actually reviewed it. And let's just be real here. Only 250 odd people from the actual audience decided to drop it a review. And even then, it barely scraped over 50% in terms of whether or not they liked it.
Yeah, because 125 of them came from your stream.
It's funny. Put in divisive stuff and you divide people. Who would have thunk it? Hey, let's get back to that wonderful Doctor Who audience that the BBC so desperately wanted, shall we? Doctor Who is getting reviewed bombed on Rotten Tomatoes. Audience score is pissing off people who can't handle transmission characters on TV. I'll call that a sign of success. Rotten Tomatoes audience scores are meaningless. Lol. That's the spirit, sunshine. Piss off the audience, the people that matter, and it's a success.
Boy, this guy is entertaining. You have to be the most miserable fucking viewer to find this guy entertaining.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's his audience.
It's dog shit. I got coffee tongue.
You
got coffee
Good
tongue.
job, buddy. This is way better than a female hero.
So how did it do in the ratings? Would it brought in an absolutely...
That's me for tonight. Other folks can bring it home.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We are, so we're 100 away. It's been kind of slow moving today. It's weird because, like, I'll just randomly stream on an off day, and, like, sometimes, maybe it's because I'm streaming at different times, like earlier in the day. I'll get better donos just in that stream than, like, an actual show. It's just, I don't know. It's more, I guess it's about diversifying, like, you know, you're covering more ground if you stream at different times of the day. I don't know. But we're getting there. We will get there.
The paltry 5.08 million on the overnights. Barely a million above Jodie Whittaker's last performance. And Jodie Whittaker was posting some of the worst ratings of Doctor Who history. And of course, David Tennant was posting some of the highest ratings of Doctor Who's history at his peak. So it looks like the audience... well, they don't give a shit anymore. But that's what happens when apathy sets in. This is what happens when you take something that is genuinely for everybody and then make it for a very specific group while proclaiming...
or maybe less and less people are watching TV these days.
Virtually
maybe less people are watching telly and they're on their phones. It's a new generation that doesn't watch the telly.
I like it. Telly.
Little club and your little weirdo mates. And that's it. But there is
the boob tube.
One more very important question to ask. And that is, what's your review of the show? Well, that's simple. You couldn't pay me to watch this shit anymore. I'll see you in the next video. You take care.
Oh, nice.
Bye for
You
now.
didn't watch it. Good. You can't pay me to watch it. I get paid more not to watch it and talk shit about it.
All right. So here's some of the Sturges right here. Let's see.
Hello, everyone. I'm Renown Zero, and we are back again talking about the brand new goalpost that has dropped by the detractors, such as Buster Baxter and a few others that are fans of said creator named Buster Baxter. So which I put out this tweet and I said, we have officially reached the new goalpost.
Okay, I'm very shocked he didn't go through like some sort of crowdfunding campaign and tell us all the numbers on the screen and everything. I'm very surprised.
Ladies and gentlemen, ISOM was created with AI art, and apparently we've all been fooled all along. Said no Ripperverse fan ever. So now they're trying to...
Of course the fans aren't saying it because you guys are all brainwashed.
Essentially discredit.
What they're saying is not that it was created with AI art. It was that all the ISOM books were traced using a 3D room model of the... Like they would make like a a truck in a warehouse or
Nope.
whatever, and they would find the angles, and then the guy who was the illustrator would just trace these 3D models and put them in the comic books.
It's
which
true.
I think is fine. Like, who really fucking cares? The comic book is a cash grab anyways.
There's the one with the thing with like the metal detector that looks like an elevator with like light sources with no like clear source of the light. There's like you know like beams of light with no clear source of where the light's coming from.
Gabe Altaib's work. They're trying to discredit his artwork in ISOM 2 because certain things that they decided to nitpick, which they've gotten wrong, which I'm going to show in this video today. You know, Gabe Altaib has also worked on All-American Lawman by Dean Cain. If you really can't see that this artwork is very similar to both ISOM 1 and 2, you might need to get your eyes checked. But I'm talking to the people who want to disingenuously be obtuse and tell you that Gabe Altaib's work is in fact AI art when my profile picture is AI art and looks pretty dang good. It doesn't look anywhere near what a drawn comic book would look like, correct?
Correct.
It's quite interesting how that works. And as I will say here, yes, something like
Oh,
Alpha
okay.
Quote-
He put it in later. He didn't put it at the beginning.
Got him.
And then is like, and he's comparing Super Killer to this other, what is it called again? Blade Devil with the waifu pillows and shit.
$80,000, not $1 million.
Killer. So
let's talk about Buster Baxter.
moving on over here, right? WTF? What stupid fans, right? Apparently, because people have noticed new things by rereading ISOM 2, that they're stupid fans. Meanwhile, you put up some criticism, quote unquote, or notes as you call it, saying things like putting a hand on someone's shoulder is akin to harming someone, which really makes you stupid because you don't understand that that's completely wrong, especially when the person putting their hand on the person's shoulder, they know the person. It's Isom putting his hand on Jasmine. But you want to call everybody else stupid, right? Moving over to Sean Harwick. Now, want to be talking about this, right? This whole button on the wall, right? You read it online, aka for free. There's no such thing as a digital copy for this book. It's not available to read online unless, of course, you read a scanned version, aka a pirated version, because someone put it out there as in digital form.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a metal detector, but I think it was designed to be an elevator because there's like elevator buttons just floating in the air behind the guard next to the metal detector.
No digital forms available to purchase for this book, so you essentially didn't purchase this book.
You essentially, bud.
By essentially reading a pirated.
Essentially, bud.
Version.
That's like his version of Situation or Sitting There.
What's your favorite part of ISOM 2? Mine is this page where they seem to have changed an elevator door to a metal detector, but left the elevator button on the now floor, and there's a strange light source coming out of the wall. So, considering I actually own the book because I'm not a brokey and I can afford to pay for it.
Yeah.
Like no one's buying this shit, by the way.
You're not a brokey, you're a ball washer.
After reading ISOM 1, let's flip to the page that you're concerned with, apparently. So, considering that this is a terrible scam, because right over here, you can see this terrible gray, when it's actually a lot darker, right? The corner is a lot darker, right? So clearly you can
He really
see
doesn't
that the
understand that the assault claim was referring to the legal standard of assault. He's so stupid.
He is stupid.
Dumb.
Source is coming from somewhere over here. Because if this corner is dark, that means there's a light source coming from literally up here, coming down here. Also, this quote-unquote elevator door changed to metal detector. There's literally panels on this side here of people going in an elevator to go down to the garage.
Oh,
They're
damn.
going down to the garage. But of course, taking one panel out of context and trying to...
But it is okay, if this is an elevator, is it just kind of like floating there? Is it a magical elevator? Because it's not up against the wall. It's like in the middle of the floor.
Essentially show people
Essentially,
that
bud.
something doesn't exist or something is out of place. Hurts your narrative, right? It hurts your narrative that this isn't actually an elevator, it's a metal detector, right? But I digress.
Then it's a shitty drawn elevator.
Well, it says right there, we're going to take you around the checkpoints. You don't have to go through the fucking metal detector checkpoints. These are checkpoints. It's not an elevator. It says checkpoints right in the comic.
At least don't take stuff out of context.
And why is there like beams of light shining? I don't know, man.
You're trying to make a point.
Okay, so we're not going to actually examine the picture. I see.
Of course not.
Moving on over to, of course, Buster Baxter always seems to have something to say. This is him saying,
Buster Baxter's always got something to say, bud.
Right? And it's essentially a tweet.
It's essentially, bud.
Put up 1K. I highly doubt you even have $1,000 to spare. That for the proof of emails concerning the lawsuit with the ministry, right? This is you. Translation, as Sarah Jane would say, the black man has to think like me, or I hate everything he says. Good job on being everything you say you hate. I guess a confused face, which is crazy. They like to say, oh, don't use race or racism, right? But it seems like you only care that the black man is doing a comic book, but not everybody else that's doing an independent comic, right? Which makes it weird that you would use this face, considering kind of makes sense here. This is, of course, and then respond again. I'm not on a crusade. I just want things I like. You can have what you want, and I'm not going to throw a fit about it like you are. That's the difference. See, this is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine for someone to say. But of course, you have to turn it into, it's some culture war trash. What you like is culture war trash marketed to stupid people. They can like the culture war trash, just like everyone can like your trash podcast.
Yes, marketed to stupid people. This podcast is marketed to alcoholic losers who hate Brett Keane.
I almost played some Brett Keane tonight, but I thought I'd save it for later.
In my opinion, I can say you're.
But shit, we're getting. I mean, we're almost at 90%. Somebody help me. Somebody help us get to 90%. Be the hero we need right now, and save us by getting us to 90%. And then it's, you know, once we're 10% away, it'll make it there.
But your podcast is trash, right? Well, people like it. I'm not going to people saying, well, you can't watch Biggest Problem in the Universe because I don't like it or I don't enjoy it. That's the difference that she's trying to say here. That's the point she's trying to make. You just hate everything and everyone that likes something you don't, which is why you're a weirdo. You're like that ex-girlfriend that doesn't stop.
But don't you hate everyone who doesn't like what you like, and then you make content about it, just like Dick Masterson does? Doesn't that make you a weirdo using your own definition? Seems like it.
I just wish he liked us the way his friend Poop Donkey does.
I don't wish he liked me.
I just wanted to be a fan of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
Oh no, he runs from us. Like the look on his face when I started typing in that chat was priceless. And he got really quiet all of a sudden.
He was the guest. They put his face in the thumbnail and everything.
Yeah, well, how did he end up getting like a guest spot? I guess maybe all the people on that podcast just agree with his dumb shit. I don't know.
There's a lot of people who have been lifting him up as a lolcow too. So there's a lot of people that talk about him, and there's a lot of other podcasts that have adopted the Sturgis moniker.
He is a lolcow.
Press and push him. So it's cool for them to have him on right now. He's kind of a hot topic.
Crying about her ex. That's the type of person you are. You cry like a little baby all the time. And you've been doing this for almost a year now.
I also fuck like a little baby, though.
And you're hypersensitive to getting made fun about it. I don't see anything here. I just see a perfectly normal statement. All of you repertoires.
Chesh, while he is so boring,
the Drunken
he's
Peasants
also
just weird, bud.
terribly dumb.
The Drunken Peasants are just weirdos, bud.
Just weird, bud. Anytime someone falls into the lolcow category, you milk them. He's a milkable boy.
They keep getting made fun of. No one's getting made fun of, bro. Person even responds, I'm not sensitive at all. You're the one throwing a constant hissy fit because people like something different. Notice we're not the ones doing that. Stop acting like a child. We're not taking away your
His videos are just him reading Twitter, usually.
toys. We just have our own.
Reading comments is a much safer place to be.
He used to respond, but then he looked like an idiot doing it. So now he gets to be safe and just ignore what he wants without having either of us say some crazy shit. He actually stopped reviewing us live after I started saying I wanted to have sex with him and Eric July. I was like, these guys are so hot. I want to bang them both. He stopped responding to us after that. Like I just decided one day I was gonna hit on both of them, and that's when he ran away. I think he got uncomfortable.
This
My fault.
person saying a bunch of nonsense. I'll get to this person in a little bit. That and made fun of for wearing hoodies with that dopey uninspired Hermes hat logo. Holy smokes, that is gay. Again, it's your opinion. You're allowed to have it. It's like an a-hole. Everyone has one. And you're full of crap.
Exactly. And some of them are more fuckable than others.
Of course, we have Richard, who can't seem to focus on his own book. We may have had differences, but as I said before,
Love you,
if
Ben and
you
Billy. Here's
Oh,
some money for the
thank
sweet
you
boy.
so much. Thank you so much. We're at 90%, guys. We're at 90%. Bring this tip train home. What I've decided I'm gonna start doing is streaming, like setting up the streams, like making the thumbnail and everything. I did a stream where I did that a couple days ago. I did it like in the afternoon while I was setting up the stream, and it did really well. So might start doing those more often.
would focus on your own book rather than sitting up here doing this nonsense, you'd probably have 100 backers by now. Maybe you do.
He's doing this all. You shouldn't have talked about me. You'd have even more backers.
But see, someone like Tyler, the creator, who's working on multiple books at once, he's not up
Thomas,
here
the creator,
doing this nonsense that you're doing. Finally, we get to hear this character talk. Biggest problem in the universe, some of the funniest stuff on YouTube that barely anybody watches.
I think they're doing pretty well. Like their Patreon does really well. I think people watch it. I think they do.
So, great objective review of ISOM 2. It sucks, and people who say they like it should be embarrassed. Again, there are people that like a crappy movie called The Last Jedi. They're allowed to like said crappy movie, The Last Jedi, but objectively,
He always does this, said that. He likes that term.
It's terrible because it goes against everything that someone like Luke Skywalker stood for. But once again, you're one of those people that's saying, you like this, you're embarrassed, you should be embarrassed that you like something I don't like. How about go F yourself?
Luke went against everything he stood for because he failed his nephew and allowed his nephew to go to the dark side. And he realized no matter what he did, he fucked up the one thing most important to him, family.
Family.
You could save the universe, but when you destroy family, you take yourself out of the picture.
Because again, like I said, people could like your trashy podcast, but no one's going around going, your podcast is trash, and going to people that watch it saying, oh, you can't like that podcast. You should be embarrassed you like that podcast. No one's doing that weird crap. It's only your side and specifically you that's doing this nonsense.
Oh, you mean we're the ones
Talking
telling
about
people
Eric,
that it's bad to watch comic books? That wasn't you guys that started this whole thing complaining about comic books?
Not only
I
that,
thought you guys started this.
They're like forecasting the complete like demise of Disney and all of the studios that make the movies they don't like.
Every little bump is a win for them. Finally, Doctor Who dead in the water, and we're winners. You're losers. We're right again. South Park's listening to us. No, you only exist because they put out a Member Berries episode and it woke you guys up to that Hollywood's been rehashing old schlock. You only exist because of South Park. They didn't start jumping on the train because of you. The entire Member Berries thing started this.
By the way, the video Kendall took down with his false DMCA strike is back now because, surprise, surprise, he didn't follow through with it.
What?
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Pretty much every
We
day
can
is
blame
the
member
objective
berries.
book, which, by the way, this person's saying nothing happens in book, nothing that has anything to do with book one, following up on Avery's journey from book one. Clearly, it's
Here's the video that Kendall first he reported it and got it age restricted, and then he false DMCA'd it. It was like 2 weeks ago, because it takes like 2 weeks for it to fall off. Someone can take a video down for 2 weeks, but eventually you'll get a strike on your channel if you keep doing it.
It's not true, considering that other people can see continuity and you can't. Just because you can't see the continuity because you're just as dumb as Dick Masterson doesn't mean it's not there. Just saying. It's nice to see people outside the right-wing grift bubble reviewing Isom and seeing it if
The way he the voice he makes when he's reading this shit is so dumb.
the culture war garbage. It's literally this person saying for FFS, meaning for F's sake. How many times can Eric July say that he didn't risk spending $100K starting a comic book company just to own the haters? It's like idiots just hear what they want to. Second, he literally hired legendary writers to expand, and they still complain. It's in reference to this comment. Saying many of us want Eric to succeed. No, you don't. But people are not going to continue to shell out good money just to quote own the haters. That's not what people are doing. People are looking for escapism, and good material is what they're doing outside of the trash mainstream comics that no one gives a crap
This is escapism and good material.
He would be better off handing.
If I watch a movie or a series or whatever, I do it to be entertained. It's not about escapism for me anyway.
Escapism is very common in media, though.
I don't care if it's common. I'm just saying that I don't need it to pretend my life is better or whatever, or to ignore my life or whatever. You
have alcohol for that.
Sure.
The idea of Sturgis getting this comic book and just open it up and reading it and be like, God damn it, Eric. You genius.
Actually, I don't do it
You
for
did it again.
But honestly,
That's brilliant.
I don't use alcohol for escapism either. It's just I like being drunk. I like the feeling of it. It does. I'm not escaping anything by it. It's just, it's entertaining for me. But even that, it's not really such a good comparison.
The entire comic writing to Chuck and other seasoned vets who've come on board that way, it's supposed to say that way, he can exclusively be CEO and promote. I was just reading the comment because it says it's supposed to say that way. But he's hired the Saska sisters to write Yaira. He's hired Chuck Dixon to write Alpha Core. He's hired Mike Barron to write Gooding the Polymath. And he can write Isom's story because it's a character he made, similar to every character he made. He could literally write all the characters. He created them all. But he chose people that he
false DMCA attempts are so dumb. Drunken Peasants is transformative content and very entertaining.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Exactly, very entertaining.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I really hope that I doubt anything happened to him because of this DMCA. You really, really, really have to go overboard with it for them to crack down on you. But I would. It is such a bitch move, to do that. Like, oh, they made a video about me I don't like. I'm going to DMCA it to get it taken down for 2 weeks. They shouldn't allow abuse of it.
Voice sex says these guys need escapism because they feel like they're losing the culture war and think the whole world is turning queer.
It's true. It's true. So they need to escape the world as it is. It's weird.
Be more suitable to write the characters like Chuck Dixon with Alpha Core, Saska sisters with Yaira. They're probably gonna write Blood Roof too. I'm sure Chuck Dixon will
I like how it's OG Black Widow.
probably write Santuan as well.
His recommended is kind of telling.
Or maybe even Norfolk. Who knows?
Norfolk, yeah, I'm so excited for that. That's going to be awesome. A band of Nordic and African people.
It's just weird how these people act. It's very weird. Very, very weird.
Eric July, another self-insert from Eric July, because he's in like a metal band.
He hired all his bandmates to work with him at the fucking comic book company.
Yeah.
Yep, it's funny how fans of Eric are just trolls and haters when they dare to point out any flaws in someone's first book. Eric isn't a terrible writer as his first book. All I can ask out of a writer is they seek to improve when they're just starting out. Eric is worse than a terrible writer. His book has sold more copies than your trash book, by the way. Every single character he writes sounds exactly the same.
He's
or
always
talking about Dick's actual book.
I don't know, because Dick didn't release a comic book.
Dick released an actual book that did fairly well.
Yeah, but I just don't understand. Why does it matter? So even if Eric July sold more books, so that just means Dick Masterson is objectively wrong? I don't know.
He can be a terrible writer and an excellent salesman.
Right.
He knows his audience and what they want, and they want to have some escapism, like you said yourself, and he gave you this allure of escapism. This entire thing's been built on that.
Even absolute beginners won't make that mistake. It's more indicative of autism or lower IQ that people are used to reading. Here's the thing. Still an opinion. At the end of the day, still an opinion.
Wow, I didn't expect
There's
that.
a reason why autistic people like anime. It doesn't have the character deviation of different actors when it's dubbed. They love those subs because they can read it and interpret it without any sort of inflections they'd be missing.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Or
could
lower
believe that all the
IQ as
characters
well,
sound
because
the
they
same.
don't pick up on that stuff either. Autism doesn't have a lower IQ. It's just hard for them to pick up on the social cues.
Aw,
Because all you hear is Eric running around in your head because he lives rent-free in your head, which is probably why you think that every character sounds the same. It's very
You
weird.
can't say somebody lives rent-free when you literally pay your rent making fun of them. Sorry.
Last night, he was doing the Ben talks about me from behind a block thing last night.
A block you put up.
Right. He's behind the block, not me. I don't have him blocked. So when I talk about him, it's about him, not behind a block. You can't criticize someone for talking about you after you block them and misrepresent it like I'm behind a block. He's so dumb.
Why would you talk about me after I blocked you, Ben? Don't you
Yeah,
understand
it's so
consent?
Moving over to, of course, Ethan Van Sciver wants to come at me saying that I'm trying to start some kind of weird war between Cyberfrog fans and ISOM fans, which is something I've never done. People can like whatever they want. They can like Ethan's stuff. They can like Eric's stuff. They can like both people's stuff.
You liked Ethan's stuff until he pissed off your father figure, and now you act like you're not his fan anymore. And that just shows how indoctrinated you are into this, how it's more of a religion to you than it is just like a fandom.
You can like whatever you want. But you want to sit up here and say, why are people mad at you? Because the cover of ISOM 2 sold more copies than the purchases of Alpha Core 1. People will see this as you talking crap.
Okay.
Trash talking. People will see it as
No
that
one's
way.
allowed to trash
You
talk
may
Eric
not
July.
Mean it that way, but
Anyone who dares say anything about Eric July is the enemy.
there are people that will see it that way. Similar to how you're trying to make predictions
Look,
about how much Alpha
Ethan
Core-
Van Sciver, we've always said this. Any criticism of Eric July is talking shit. You can't point out the fact that you working with him sold more copies than this entire Alpha Core Dixon novel has fucking sold. Okay? We shouldn't be thanking you for making something sell better than the newest thing. We should be mad at you because you're no longer adding that to the new thing. We need all your help. We need all the help we can get. It's dwindling down the drain.
I disagree with a lot of Ethan's views, but he's way more talented than Eric July. He's just
I like
a
his
way more talented
sexism, his
guy.
racism, his talent. I like
number
that.
one will make within the campaign, rather than just saying, what Nick Rekieta has said in the past, something like, I hope Eric makes all the money in the world, rather than seeming to some people that you are jealous of his success. You could be happy for your friend making all the money in the world.
Well, I think the reason he's unhappy is because he's helped him along the way, and Eric July only wants Ethan Van Sciver's help when it's directly related to work and not when it's advice that he thinks Eric July could have taken from him to avoid some of these stupid public displays that he's been a part of.
Yeah, then he slid into his DMs like a mob boss, suggesting that, like, oh, something not so good might happen if you keep defending these people that are criticizing me.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, buddy, you want to fucking play that game? Fuck off. I've helped you. I've helped you notably. I've helped you to a point where I can show the numbers of me helping you did well. So fuck off.
He's allowed you to do a commission for ISOM 2.
He's allowed you to do it. You should praise Daddy Eric July. Praise him. I almost said Daddy Derek July because of Daddy Derek.
Yes.
You bragging about
Cool
it.
Cat and ISOM are the same character.
They're about the same quality of content.
Anything for anybody. But if you want to be that way, go right ahead. No one cares. But here, 13,157. Yes, it is higher than.
This is him.
Got numbers.
This is him basically blowing Eric July, like telling him how perfect his penis is and everything.
This is him saying that this is ISOM 2. This is the cover that Ethan Van Sciver drew. Was the highest selling cover of the 4.
Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Magic Blaster got us home, and now we are at the goal.
We are done. We are done. Thank you so much for getting us to the goal. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, we'll go for a little bit more here, and then we'll wrap it up. At least finish this.
Of Alpha Core there are. Meanwhile, Alpha Core is still going. It's going until January 20th. So there's plenty of time.
I can't wait to pirate Alpha Core.
It's interesting that out of all 4 covers, Ethan Van Sciver's cover sold the most.
Because he had the name recognition and the talent. That's what it is.
That like all the numbers considered, like that's a point that he did well for ISOM.
Yeah, and it's a given that usually cover A will sell really well because that's like the cover they chose for the standard issue. But cover B did better because of the status.
Yeah.
Let's see. ISOM number 2, cover B. I wanted to see what it looks like.
Better be good.
I think it's...
I'll be so pissed if it's not good.
Someone's selling it on eBay here.
Ooh.
They're selling it for way too much. No one's going to buy this shit. Hold on.
I think it's Eric putting it up for way too much.
To try to inflate the sale.
Way too much to make the sales look valuable.
It's a graded one. It's almost $120. It looks like the cover's cool.
Cool cover, dude.
It's like
Holy shit,
ISOM
dude.
fighting the hell demons with the weird booby cowboy hat woman.
Gotta love that booby cowboy hat woman, dude.
Yeah. She like came out of nowhere. I'm like, why is this woman involved in this now? Like, this is
for there to be more purchases.
She got wolves and dragon,
of course,
dude.
The numbers shown for ISOM 2, cover B, which is your cover, which again, no one really knows because more books are being sold constantly of ISOM 2 cover B that don't add up or add to the numbers for the campaign numbers. They don't add up. So you'll never really know how many cover Bs have actually sold outside of this, right? Unless people post about it. Moving on to this, I can't believe my one little tweet has sent the comic community in such an uproar. Eric lied to me and gaslit me to think what I saw and heard wasn't true. Thanks to this weirdo for having the stream.
The Geek Getaway. He was trolling Sturgis too in that chat.
Yeah. He was dropping donos.
Yeah.
What did you say though? That's the thing. What did you actually say?
He was straight up ignoring me too. I was tagging him in the chat, and he was active in the chat, and he did not respond to me once.
Where's the one little tweet?
And I wasn't saying anything that bad. Like, I asked him if he wanted to play Jackbox and chill. You know, I said I challenged him to a shirtless pose down.
Did you offer to bring him a nice steak like Brittany did, or he wanted Brittany to?
I'll bleach my hair blonde.
Yeah.
And wear a bra and stuff it, and cook him a ribeye.
Yeah.
A delicious ribeye.
Thank you. I have 2 channels and is a member of several shows. I know what a members only stream looks like. I was 30 minutes behind watching it, and then it just stopped all of a sudden. I'm not upset at all the crap he's attacking me because I know the truth will come out. The truth of what?
The truth of what, bud?
Exactly.
Ha 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 ha.
The fact that you were crying about Eric hiding apparently live streams, meanwhile the live streams always go members only. That? You mean that?
That is, I mean, like, if he could stream it as members only, but for some reason he does it live publicly and then puts it behind a paywall, probably so that, like, people can't, like, go back in it and kind of, like, pick apart his live streams. His videos that are edited where he can kind of, like, double check everything, he keeps those up. But the streams, yeah.
It could just be for quality of content. He only wants people coming to his channel to see his edited videos. I think Anthony Fantano and Vaush do that a lot too. They'll private their streams and then put them in playlist type of thing.
Well, Vaush kind of does what Destiny does, where he'll do a really long stream and then he'll edit it into clips and then publish them that way. Yeah. He doesn't paywall them though.
Because I already said that. So
you paywall stream sometimes, don't you?
Not normally. Not after they were live, like publicly live. Not usually.
You were doing that with the Twitch streams, right? You would do the post shows on Twitch and then you would put them on a paywall behind
for members. Yeah,
things.
A lot of that was because Twitch had such like crazy rules. And doing it that way kind of shielded us from people flagging them. Because who knows, like sometimes, I remember there's like one time we accidentally showed man nipple, which is fucking illegal on Twitch. And then there was like.
Can't do that.
We said cracker as a joke and I went and like, yeah, so. But
delicious.
I turned that setting off a long time ago. Because, well, for one thing, we don't really stream on Twitch anymore. But yeah. I'd like to stream on Twitch every now and then, for sure. Like it is another revenue stream, but it's more like I can't do what we normally do over there. It has to be something else. I know like every time we'd go over there, we'd have to be like extra careful, and it was like a very like muted version of our streams.
Sit in a hot tub and all like ASMR earlobes.
Yeah, I need some rubber earlobes to suck on. That's going in the archives, right?
What sort of vile, bad things will Eric July not perpetrate just to protect his failing culture or comic book grift? Only time will tell. First of all, he's made more money than you'll ever see in your entire life. So if you want to talk about grift,
how do you know?
Again, where's the grift?
And Sturgis acts like Eric July just gets to pocket every penny of that shit and like that. So Eric July, he's made more money. It's like he's paying for a warehouse. He's paying for all this equipment. He's paying all these people. Who knows how much he's paying for all this shit? Who knows what the overhead of all this is? So
where's the grift, Ben?
The grift? Well, the fucking charity thing is a definite grift.
Sturgis is showing you right now. There's an actual comic book in front of him. Where's the grift?
Well, I mean, like, pay Chris Chan for a issue of Sonichu and you get it too. I don't know.
If you read the comic book, you see the grift is that it just kind of fucking sucks.
Yeah. Actually, the Sonichu comics,
because you thought it was going to win the culture war, and you're betting on a fucking slow ass horse.
The Sonichu comics are more entertaining.
Photoshopped, or am I really holding it in my hand? Am I really holding ISOM 2 in my hand, or is this Photoshop? Where's the grift, homie?
The grift is that the comic book stinks and you only bought it because you're fucking a soldier in the culture war.
Yes.
That's the suggestion of the grift. We understand you have what is a comic book in your hand, but if you read it, it's not much of one, is what we're saying. You think differently because you're drinking the Kool-Aid, baby.
Yeah, it's like a religion. It's so strange.
Still failed to see the grift.
Logic Blaster says, if money is a measure of success, doesn't Disney have more money than Eric July?
Yes.
They have an answer for that too, but yeah, you're
They're
right.
failing. Well, it's always, to them, there's always this weird, like, proportional to their size thing that they always throw in there to make it where, like, you can never one-up them. Sturgis does that with, like, our subscriber numbers versus our viewership, or like how many followers we have on Twitter versus how many likes we get on a tweet. So there's always this way, and it's always a deflection. Like, he brings that up when he can't say anything that actually responds to what we say. He falls back on the whole, like, numbers thing.
That's why I consistently talk down on myself, this show, and the fans. Lets them know I'm fucking real, dude.
WTF is going on with this page. What does around the checkpoints even mean? Well, for someone who has a reading comprehension of a first grader, checkpoints in a secure building. There are different checkpoints that people have to go through to get to secure areas in a building. Of course, you wouldn't know.
Yes, and they're saying, why the fuck is there a floating elevator switch in this checkpoint? Sturgis?
Yes.
Are you missing that, Deputy Doofball?
He's saying it is an elevator, but then, like, the frame of the door is not attached to the wall like an elevator. It looks like a metal detector, and there's commentary, there's dialogue on the panel there that indicates that it is not an elevator.
It's not.
And of course, he brings up this.
He doesn't even understand
Masters
ISOM.
BDS, shout out. Where he says, it's not, quote, good faith criticism, right, Eric July? Again, what does this have to do with Eric and Riververse? He doesn't watch Doctor Who. Nor does he care.
Shit.
He just talks about the fact that people's escapism has been destroyed. That's about as far as Eric July's knowledge of Doctor Who goes.
My escapism,
You'd be
bud.
best suited to talk to someone like
That escapism, bud.
Heel versus Babyface.
I like how he's holding the comic book while he talks. He's so happy he has it. He's so proud of that.
It's
thing.
like when you ever seen those preachers in public? They're always like at like outside of sporting events or like festivals, ruining everybody's fun and being loud with a megaphone. They'll like hold the Bible and like wave it around without like reading out of it. That's ISOM is Sturge's Bible, and he's like holding it up and Bible beating, for everyone.
Heck yeah.
Like that. This is like an effing bug in a video game, but in a hand-drawn comic, they're referring to the elevator button. Of course, I don't think ISOM is hand-drawn. There are so many structural mistakes in things like buildings and stairs. You don't draw, for one.
You don't draw, bud, so you can't have opinion on good drawings, bud. It's like you can only criticize movies if you make them, which is funny, because like Sturgis doesn't make superhero movies, but he can criticize them.
What does good faith have to do with Erwick? Absolutely nothing, but...
Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
You don't draw, so how would you know that?
You can not be able to draw well and know that art looks bad. You don't have to do something to be able to criticize it. You can
and the fact that he suspected it was rendered in SketchUp and colored by a human, and then they found out it was rendered in SketchUp and then traced and colored by a human.
Because you have a friend named Ethan Van Sciver that tells you about these things?
Because he's an expert, he's an artist. He's a professional artist, right? Didn't he work for DC Comics?
Yeah. Ethan Van Sciver says, looks like a digital asset from a drawing assist program like SketchUp. Here's the shape of a doorway in whatever perspective you need. But they helpfully added elevator buttons, which the artist didn't see and forgot to remove. The lines on the floor aren't from any visible light sources, but I'm guessing Gabe Eltab was baffled by them and colored them as if they were intended to be. Because what are they? Might as well color them sloppy work delivered on time.
Yeah, that's so, and that's another thing Sturgis always touts. It's like, it was on time though. It's like sometimes delays are justified. Sometimes they're justified. Like yeah, it's good to be. I would rather delay something than put out something that has a whole bunch of errors and weird shit in it.
I wonder if Eric saw this, and now that he knows that he paid this guy to do a SketchUp trace job, if he's fucking pissed.
I don't know. He's definitely.
He probably had no idea that this was a SketchUp trace job.
Because I suspect it was rendered in SketchUp but colored by a human.
And another thing to consider about like how much money Eric actually has, he had more stock than he could sell, and then he ended up deep discounting a whole bunch of these books. So I mean, was he
right
breaking even?
It was right around the time that it was put on. The International School of Ministry came out and said that one of the things they wanted was to have the books destroyed.
Yeah.
And then he postponed the response to them, probably so they couldn't tell him to stop selling the books, because he has to respond, and then the judge has to say put the books on hold. So he pushes that back, and then he has all these books in the warehouse that he spent tons of money having a huge stockpile, thinking he'd sell them for the next 20 years. And now the fact they might have to get fucking destroyed, he's like, $5 sale, flash sale right now.
Yeah.
Which it wasn't, because again, this has the same art style as All-American Lawman, written by Dean Cain. Ethan is the only reason you would know about this.
Yeah, Dean Cain. The only reason I know who the fuck Dean Cain is because he played Superman on a TV show 30 plus years ago.
Lois and Clark.
Yeah. And it wasn't that great of a show. I mean, for the time it was good, but if you go back and watch it now, watch it like in today's context, and it's not that good.
Just like Hercules was good for that time period.
I never liked Hercules.
Not as good as Xena. But it was good for that time period.
Xena was okay. Well, yeah, like syndicated shows like that.
Xena was great because it was like Hercules, but with hot girls.
Right, and there were crossover episodes of those shows and shit too.
Because he literally says here, looks like a digital asset from drawing assist program like SketchUp. Here's the shape of a doorway and whatever perspective you need, but they helpfully added elevator buttons, which
I never liked Hercules, honestly. I always thought like they should have picked like a bodybuilder to play Hercules, like find a bodybuilder that can act. Kevin Sorbo never struck me as a Hercules. He was fit, but he wasn't like big, like a demigod man that you would think Hercules was. Like, go look at the Marvel version of Hercules.
I think the sustainability of that and the ability to have them act and crank out episodes, it probably would have been very hard to find somebody that they could get on that budget with that body that could pull off what he was doing. This is like a fucking TV series. So TV series on syndication are not as high budget as like a movie or other things. They're just trying to churn out episodes at that point.
I wonder. So was he? Oh, okay. So he was in Love and Thunder. I forgot about that part. Did it look like?
Yeah.
Did it look like him? Did it look like
It looked a lot like this character.
Okay.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, because Hercules was a member of the Avengers in the comics. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see what they would do with his character.
Yeah, they'll probably have him join up with like a offshoot of the Avengers.
Yeah, there was like different branches of the Avengers eventually. They were like Avengers Europe or whatever, in addition to the regular Avengers.
The West Coast Avengers?
Yeah. So yeah, Sturgis, moron, idiot. I guess this video is like way longer than usual. So we are going to wrap it up. I want to thank you guys for supporting us and helping us reach our goal.
Jason was always on time with Cerebus the Aardvark, and he wrote it. through it and had to cut the shading out of sheets of zip tone by hand from 1977 to 2004. So Eric July half-assing 2 issues of ISM over a year isn't shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if Eric was half-assing. I think he probably paid that guy for good work, and this guy gave him that. I think Eric probably just got fucking schooled on this one. I don't think Eric was like, hey, whatever, just use SketchUp and send in some bullshit. I think Eric didn't know any better and got fucking ran. But yeah, it's not something for Eric to be proud of either. You're right about that. Like Eric shouldn't be proud about this shit.
He's putting his name on
whether it was hand drawn or not.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah, Seth Looks, thank you for that dono.
Thank you.
You said you were tapping out.
Yeah, we
fucking
appreciate it.
tricked you, baby. We milked you, baby.
We will see you all next time. Have a wonderful night, everybody. See ya.